Good evening, everybody. Welcome to the April 5th meeting of the Jersey City Planning Board. If we could come to order while the room is filling up, and please join me in a salute to the flag. I pledge allegiance
Yes.
to the flag of the United States of America, Republic,
Which it stands,
one
one nation,
under God,
liberty,
indivisible, justice for all.
Liberty and justice for all.
All right, thanks, everybody. Okay, could we have a sunshine announcement, please, Cam?
All right, good evening, everyone. Today is Tuesday, April 5th in the year 2022. This is a Jersey City Planning Board meeting with a scheduled 5:30 p.m. start time. This meeting is being held virtual as a video conference that is open to the public. And in accordance with the Open Public Meetings Act, notice of this meeting has been given to the editor of the Jersey Journal, the Jersey City Reporter, and posted with the city clerk on March 31st of this year. This meeting was also posted on the Jersey City Division of City Planning webpage, and all distribution materials were made available to the board, were published and available to the public.
All right, thanks, Cam. Could we have a roll call, please?
Certainly. All right. So Commissioner Torres,
present,
Commissioner Dr. Desai.
Here.
All right. Commissioner Horton,
Here.
all right. Commissioner Allen,
Here.
all right. Council President Waterman,
Here.
okay. Acting Vice Chair Gangadin,
Here.
and Chairman Langston.
Here.
All righty, we have a quorum. We have 7 commissioners present.
All right, thank you. Could we swear in the staff, please, Mike?
Jesse, Francisco, Mallory, Tim, Matt, Tanya, Liz. Do you guys swear any testimony you give tonight is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
yes,
Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. Cam, do we have correspondence? I know we have a ton of things carrying.
Yes, we do. Okay, so we have 5 items in total that will additionally requesting to carry. That is in addition to the items that are already listed as item number 6 on the agenda under adjournment. So those 5 items are case number 14 on the agenda. That has the case number of P21-150 address. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
I'm gonna say I didn't know about that one.
Oh yeah, that is a big mistake. Holy cow. No. So item 12 on the agenda. Item 12, case number P22-049, address 141 Newark Avenue. That is requesting to be carried to April 26th with preservation of notice. Then we have item 18. That is case numbers P21-125, P21-126, P21-127, address 1 Constellation Place. That is being carried to April 26th with preservation of notice. Then we've got item 19 on the agenda. That is case number P21-060. That is for 26 Perrine Avenue. That is requesting to be carried to April 26th with preservation of notice. And then we've got case number 20, case number P22-003. Address is 32 to 34 Cottage Street. They're requesting to be carried to April 26th with preservation of notice. And then lastly, the last item on the agenda, case item 21, case number P22-037, address is 190 Newark Avenue. They are requesting to be carried to April 26th with preservation of notice. So again, that is item 12, item 18, item 19, item 20, and item 21.
All right, thanks, Cam. I actually want to add some correspondence from me to everybody on the board, Mike, Santo, all the planners. Just want to say I appreciate you guys. This is our 5th meeting in 5 weeks. That is brutal. And there's some late nights in there. I just want to, say thank you to everybody. Thank you to your families for letting you away every night on a Tuesday, last week on Monday. I appreciate you immensely. I don't know how you do it night after night. Santo, you answer the phone any time of day for me. So, you're up and above those 5 meetings. And all planning staff, I appreciate you guys as well. There's a huge backlog behind us, and I'm happy with my team going forward. I can't imagine anybody else in the state handling this workload like we do, and I appreciate you guys. That being said, let's jump in. Okay, so we are under old business. Item A on the agenda is case P22-013, is a 1-year extension for 32 Cole Street.
All right, promoting Thomas Lean.
Good evening, Commissioners.
Good evening, council.
For the record, Tom Lean from Connell Foley.
Let me interrupt you real quick. I just want to announce for the record, Commissioner Lipsky is here. He wasn't in roll call, but Steve, if you could just say present, here, whatever works for you.
Here,
Thank you.
thanks, Chairman.
Okay,
Thank
council,
you.
I apologize.
That's okay. Thanks, Chairman. I do not know if notice was required for this application. However, I did provide it, so I would just like to make sure the council is in possession of my affidavit of notice.
Thank you, counsel. I did review your affidavit and notice proof of publication. It does appear to be in order. To mark it as A1 for the record.
Thank you. This is an application for a 1-year extension for an approval that was previously granted by this board at 32 Cole Street, a property within the NC district. It was for an expansion of an existing 3-story building with 1 unit above and a retail store at the bottom. The applicant is the occupant and also owns the store. They sought to expand the house to be their personal home. They were adding a 4th floor and a rear yard addition. Obviously, that was very difficult to do during COVID while they were living there and running their store at the same time to actually have the work done. So now they are planning to move ahead with the expansion, and we're just seeking a 1-year extension this evening. And this is our first request for an extension.
And counsel, when are we proposing that extension runs through?
If you give me 1 second, I have the original resolution. It would be from February 4th of 2022 to February 4th of 2023 would be the extension.
Thank you, counsel.
Thank you.
Thanks, council. Okay, any questions? Anybody from the board?
No.
All right, thank you, council. Is there anybody from the public that wants to comment on this application, a 1-year extension for 32 Cole Street? Anybody from the public? If you would like to comment, raise your hand. If you're calling in, press *9 to raise your hand on this application.
Chair, seeing no more public, I move to close the public portion.
Second.
Okay, motion is made and seconded. Do we have Lindsay?
I'm covering for Lindsay, and she's asked me to say on her behalf that the applicant agreed to the conditions that were previously stated in the resolution of the original approval, and that all those conditions remain in effect.
Okay,
And we can agree to that.
great. Okay, thank you, everybody.
Chair, I'd like to make a motion to approve case P22-013, previously approved under case number P19-043 with staff recommendation.
Second.
Okay, motion is made and seconded for approval.
All right, Commissioner Lipsky.
Aye.
All right, Commissioner Torres. Commissioner Dr. Desai.
Aye.
Commissioner Horton.
Aye.
Commissioner Allen.
Aye.
Council President Waterman.
Aye.
Acting Vice Chair Gangadin.
Aye.
And Chairman Langston.
Aye.
Motion carries all in favor.
Thank you.
Thank you, Tom. All right, let's move on to item B. Case P21-116 is a one-year extension for 55 Washburn Street.
Okay, before we do that, actually, I'm gonna promote, I believe, the ninth commissioner who's in the attendees section. I'm promoting them to panelists. This is Commissioner Green. Hello, Darlene.
Hello, I'm trying to get my camera in.
We got
Okay, here we go. Got you.
Commissioner,
Sorry
well,
about that.
Oh, sorry about that.
Did you not get the Zoom invite? But anyway, that's fine. You're here. So we have 9 commissioners.
excellent. Commissioner, welcome, welcome to the board.
Thank you.
I hope
Welcome to the
tonight,
board, Commissioner.
hope tonight isn't any representation on what you have to look forward to, but we'll give it a good shot.
Welcome, Darlene.
Thank you.
Welcome aboard.
Thank
Cameron.
you.
Hey,
Hello,
Darlene,
everyone.
welcome.
How-
Cameron,
Madam President.
Oh,
55 Washburn needs to be pushed to the next meeting because there's an issue with the length of time for this extension that I need to address with Tanya. I thought it was on the adjourned list and not on the other list. So this one will need to be heard at the April 26th.
Okay, let's make a motion to carry then, please.
Chair, I'd like to make a motion to carry case P21-116 to April 26th meeting.
Second.
Okay, motion is made and seconded. Can we have a roll call, please?
all right, Commissioner Green.
I make the motion. I second, third.
Just say aye.
Aye.
Oh, aye. I'm sorry. Aye.
Okay.
Commissioner Lipsky.
Wasn't sure what-
Aye.
Commissioner Torres.
Aye.
Commissioner Dr. Desai.
Aye.
Commissioner Horton.
Aye.
Commissioner Allen.
Aye.
Council President Waterman.
Aye.
Acting Vice Chair Gangadin.
Aye.
And Chairman Langston.
Aye. All right, thank you. Let's move on to item C is case 222-035. Is a conditional use for 759A Bergen Avenue.
Promoting Attorney Matos.
And this is with testimony taken. We have a few commissioners that didn't have a chance to get to the transcript, I believe. Eddie, I think you're one, right? Oh, no, I'm sorry, Eddie, you're recusing for South Street, not this one. I apologize.
Okay,
Cameron, do we have Mr. Polino also? He didn't raise his hand. I don't know if he's on.
for this application, 759A Bergen, we have Ms. Matos, the attorney, Mr. Agawa, and a Mr. Matthew Sires.
And Gene Polino was on this too.
Yeah, Cameron, Eugene Paulino represented someone else that was speaking about the matter.
All right, so I see E.T. Polino in the audience.
Correct. Yeah, promote PT Paulino, please.
And Commissioner Green, you weren't at the meeting. This, we already took testimony on this. Did you have a chance to read the transcript or watch the video?
I did not. I had
Okay,
a tragedy today, but unfortunately I didn't.
okay. All right, so we're gonna have you recuse on this application then.
Okay.
I also have a planner here with me today. I don't know if you want to promote him now or later as we get into it. It would be John Tykina.
I've only got a Jonathan Sewer.
Could you have your witness raise their hand for us, please, counsel?
There's a John Rosero, John Halou.
Okay, let's get
If
started.
it's Jonathan Sewer,
I see them on the attendees list.
It's okay, Jonathan Sewer.
Okay, if we could, let's while we're doing that, let's jump back into this application.
So Chairman, just some housekeeping. Commissioner Green has stated that she was unable to read the transcript. I don't know if any other commissioners were not at the meeting and had the opportunity to read the transcripts and watch the
I
video.
think I wasn't in the last meeting.
Yeah, this was on the special meeting last Monday.
I wasn't there.
Okay.
Did you have the opportunity to read the
No.
transcript or listen to the,
No,
watch the video? Thank you,
No.
Dr. Desai.
no,
Okay.
Okay, so you're not going to be able to vote either tonight?
yes, I won't.
I don't think Commissioner Lipsky was there either.
No, Commissioner Lipsky wasn't either. Commissioner, did you have a chance to read the transcript or watch the video?
You're muted, Commissioner. Commissioner Lipsky, you are muted.
Sorry about that. I watched both videos, the one on 769, hour and 15 minutes. I believe I'm qualified to listen and vote.
Great.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Okay, so we are losing 2. Okay, let's move forward then. Santo, do you have anything else you want to add? Are we good?
We are good. I guess Ms. Matos will allow you to place your appearance on the record first, then we'll have all council place their appearance on the record. Then Chairman, you can tee it up for everybody.
All right, thank you.
Hi, good evening, everyone. Rosemary Moyano Matos appearing on behalf of the applicant Medusa NJ LLC.
Eugene T. Paulino from Genova Burns, appearing on behalf of St. Peter's University.
Matthew Series on behalf of Hudson Catholic from Corolla Bird.
Okay, thank you, everybody. So where we left off last meeting, we were having some testimony from Francisco. Francisco, do you have anything you want to update us on?
All missing the missing documents such as the community impact development and everything else is uploaded and ready to go. I believe also a new updated architectural plans was submitted and that also was updated in the data portal. And that's pretty much it.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Matos, do you want to address those?
I'm sorry. So we do have the architect who is on call to address the renderings. If you would like for me to call him, I'm just waiting to get a text message to confirm that he's joined the call. And I'm sorry, what was the first, the security plans, right, were updated?
The community
Francisco?
impact.
So the community impact plan was previously submitted but not uploaded to the website. So that has since been updated. And my client can speak to that if anyone has any questions about it.
Chairman, my recollection was that the testimony was provided, but that the actual document was not uploaded to the portal. So
Correct.
I believe the applicant provided a very comprehensive amount of testimony on the issue. So I don't know if we need additional testimony on the issue.
I'll open it up to the board if anybody wants to ask anything else. And then we'll ask the opposition counsel. Nobody from the board? Okay, Mr. Series or Mr. Paolino, anybody want to start? Do you have anything?
To the extent that the community impact statement does not reflect any input from the state, from St. Peter's University, I'd like to point that out to the board.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Series, anything?
Save statement, substitute Hudson Catholic for St. Peter's.
Gotcha. Okay, thank you. Ms. Matos, anything else you want to add? Do you have your
I'm sorry,
architect?
I'm checking right, I'm sorry, I'm checking right now. I do not have him as being on the call.
Okay, we're gonna have to jump ahead of you then for one application. This is no time.
Well, I was wondering if, being that Mr. Series has a planner, if we can move forward with that topic of discussion.
I'd rather get your testimony out of the way before we call Mr. Series.
I can speak
Okay.
on behalf of the, I can speak in behalf of the architectural plans, Rose.
I'm sorry, sir. You're not a qualified architect, though. You're not a licensed
All right,
architect.
just one second. All right, let me get him on the call right now.
I'm not going to kick you off tonight, but we got to move on.
No, I fully understand. He's responded, so he is available. It may take him a minute to log on. I
Okay.
guess I don't want to hold you guys up either. If you can
He's
come
on.
right back.
He's coming on right now. He just literally told me he's logging on right now.
I think he raised his hand.
Was it John Tacchini?
That's my planner, Taikina.
What's the architect's name?
Paul. Yeah, Rose, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, I don't know. Don.
All right, there's Paul. I'll promote Paul.
Oh, great.
And Mr. Series, just so we don't think you always have something to say, can you?
Sorry, I was trying to tell you John Taikina's name. My bad.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, well, I'm not sure the Paul that's in the attendees is the Paul. Yeah, he declined, so it must not be the Paul that is your architect.
Okay, we're going to move on, everybody.
Okay, it's Paul Schwartz, by the way, but I'm not seeing him either.
Okay, we're going to move on, please. We have a lot to get to tonight. So let's call case item D on the agenda is case P21-107, is a final major site plan for 10-14 South Street. This meeting was carried from March 22nd with testimony taken. And I believe Commissioner Torres has not had a chance to review the testimony on this application.
That is correct, Chairman.
Chairman, if I could just go through the list, I just want to make sure we have a clear record of, who's eligible to vote on this.
Sure.
So present at the last hearing, I have Commissioner Lipsky, Commissioner Allen, Commissioner Dr. Desai, Commissioner Horton, Council President Waterman, Commissioner Gangadin, and then Chairman Langston. I just want to confirm on the record that you have reviewed either the recording or the transcript.
I have. I've watched the recording.
Okay, that's 7 present for the vote.
Okay, thank you. Okay, do we have Mr. Harrington on?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can, Council. Okay,
So,
Council, I guess you could start, Council, Mr. Harrington.
okay. For the record, Charles Harrington of Connell Foley on behalf of the applicant. I guess as the board knows, we were here before you a couple weeks ago, and we have presented our case and closed our case. I believe the next steps here in the process is Ms. Hagianis was prepared to put on a witness and then move forward from there. So, with that said, we don't have anything further to add at this point in time. And I see that, the chairman has read the transcript as well. So we have 7 available commissioners.
Okay, thank you, Council. Let's call Ms. Hagianis up.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman Langston and commissioners. I just had a little housekeeping I wanted to attend to before I put my expert witness on. I had emailed 6 exhibits over to Cameron earlier this evening, and I'd like to have them moved into evidence. Most of them were covered at the last hearing. There was correspondence from me, 1 letter requesting an interpretation, 1 advocating for certain interpretation. Those letters were dated 3/22/22. I wanted to put
Council,
into-
let me just interrupt momentarily because I have not seen anything that was submitted. When did you submit documents today?
It was like around 4 this afternoon. I think Cameron said he had forwarded them to you, but the request for interpretation and the letter to the board, everybody acknowledged having received that at the last
Okay.
meeting.
That's your letter undercover. What's the date on the letter?
There were 2 letters. They were dated March 22nd, 2022.
Okay, those are the letters that we did discuss at the last hearing.
Yeah.
So those letters are part of the record. They've been received by the board. We don't mark those because they are council letters that were submitted in opposition. We have them. We note that they are part of the record and part of the file.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. And then
I think you said there were 6 things.
yeah, and then 1 was just the ordinance 18-046 that creates the R2D zone.
So that's another item that we would not mark if it's a city ordinance. That does not get marked for purposes of the record.
Okay.
We will get into whether or not, if we're going to be testifying to it, everybody stipulates that that's the proper zoning ordinance and code for the property, obviously.
Okay, and then there were 2, we had discussed whether there had been a zoning determination from the zoning officer, and I don't intend to cover that ground again, but I do want to get the 2 letters I received from Mallory Clark Sokolov that were from Mr. Taylor, just to have them made part of the record.
What are the dates of those letters? And Mallory, can you confirm that those were on the portal? I think I saw them.
I haven't had time to review Mrs. Hagianis's email either, so I can't confirm the contents of what she sent, but I can confirm that we do have determinations from the zoning office as part of the file, as part of this application on file with the city planning office.
So Ms.
I would just-
Hygianis, can you tell us the date of those?
Yeah, and these were letters that were provided to me by Mallory's by email. So one of them is dated August 31, 2018. And the other is dated February 27th, 2020.
And just for
Mr.
clarity, Ms.
Harrington, are
Hagianis, those were from the zoning office, correct?
Yeah, they were written by Nick Taylor, the city's zoning officer.
So those would also be part of the record if they were submitted with the application. And what is the
I
6th
don't.
item?
Yeah, I don't know that they were because they predated this application by several years, one by 4 years and one by 2 years. But since there was a discussion about whether that there had been a zoning determination, I thought it was important to include them.
Mallory, can you confirm that those were available previously on the web portal? I haven't had a chance to see that email. I'm looking at it right now. It came through at, Ms. Hajiana sent it at 4:29 today.
So those were not on the data portal. They were in the file, within our office. They are, and they were if they're the same ones I forwarded to Ms. Hajianis, they were provided prior to the last hearing to herself and to representation of the RNA.
Okay, is it your position, Mallory, that, or Nick Taylor's position that this is in front of us tonight? We have jurisdiction over this?
That I would have to review those letters quickly too. I don't want to, misrepresent. I haven't seen them in a couple weeks.
Yeah,
so.
the purpose of it is just to make a factual record as to whether there had or had not been a zoning determination, because it was a topic of discussion at the meeting on the 22nd. I'm not, they say what they say. I'm not asking the board to make any decision on them.
Okay, yeah, I haven't had a chance to review them. I'm not tied to my.
See if we have to deal with them. What is the 6th item?
Yeah, this was a memorandum from Tanya Marione dated April 12th, 2018. It's about the creation of the R2D zone. And I believe she was sort of summarizing what they were trying to do almost about a month before the zoning was passed and went into effect. And I'm just going to briefly refer to it. It's about the legislative intent.
Well, so if you're going to refer to it during your closing argument to the board, then we'll deal with that when we get the closing.
Okay.
Argument before the board.
Okay, very, very good.
Ms. Hajianis, who is your expert witness?
Yeah, it's licensed architect Cecilia De Leon.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, if I could ask a quick question, Mr. Lampe, there was a reference or the discussion at the last meeting that you had not received my letter in opposition or in response to Ms. Hajianis's letters to the board. Has that been circulated now to the commissioners, and is that now part of the record?
That is now part of the record.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I had that in the original packet. I didn't know why anybody didn't get it.
And I did, I have had an opportunity to review what Ms. Hajianis sent over in an email at around 4:30 this afternoon. So I will.
It's open.
See, the last item, we'll see. I'll address that as well later on.
Okay, sounds good.
Okay.
Thank you, counsel. All right, Ms. Hajianis, floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. Ms. De Leon, do you want to give the board some information about your background and licensing?
If we
And
could,
just
let us-
before she does that, I'll swear her in. If you can raise your right hand. Do you swear any testimony you give tonight is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I
For
do.
the record, could you state and spell your name, please?
Cecilia, Cecilia, De Leon, Deleon.
Thank you.
De Leon, good evening. I do want to say for the record that I do know Ms. De Leon personally. Our dogs participated in the same nosework class together. They had a great time, but we have not discussed this case in the least, and our relationship would not affect my decision tonight. Ms. De Leon, do you agree?
I do agree. Thanks, Chris.
Thank you.
Are your dogs friends?
My dog really doesn't have
Not so
friends.
much.
But,
My dog doesn't have friends.
So then the class didn't work.
yeah. Well, no, it was a nose work class, and they did their job there.
They
but
weren't allowed to communicate.
that's the way it should be sometimes.
Right.
Okay, so Ms. De Leon, you're an architect in the state of New Jersey?
I am, and New York as well.
Okay, and your license is current in both states at the present time?
Yes, they are.
Counsel, what is Ms. De Leon going to be testifying about? I don't want to assume anything.
Yeah, she's going to talk about the interpretation of the zoning code as it applies to this property.
From an architectural standpoint, Mr. Harrington, is there any?
Yeah, my question is, what is she being qualified as? An architect?
Yeah, so architects interpret building and zoning code. I mean, she can address this, but they interpret building and zoning codes every day as part of their job, so they can determine what they can build.
I think it's an integral part of the job. I mean, code interpretation and making sure that buildings comply to what is being asked, I think is a primary part of an architect's job.
But, I mean, I don't have any objection to Ms. DeLeon being qualified as an architect. I'm not sure if I agree with the premise, but if she's being presented as an expert in architecture, certainly.
Okay, so Santo, I guess we would have to limit the testimony to the architecture of the building?
No, I have to object to that. I mean, we are.
Council, I was talking to Santo.
Thank you, Chairman. Chairman, she is definitely an architect. She's qualified to talk in the field of architecture. I think anything in the field of planning or anything that gets into legal opinion is out of bounds.
Okay, Council, Ms. Hajianis, I'm sorry, interrupted. Go ahead.
Yeah, you know, if you're going to limit her testimony about the building and zoning code, which she says is an integral part of her job, and she has a familiarity specifically with Jersey City zoning code, I would have to object to that. And I think if this is a grounds to object, I mean, you'd have to object to every single planner talking about the zoning code. They're not zoning officers. I just don't, I'm not following the logic here.
Exactly. Chuck.
Santo, how do you want to move forward?
I think the comments speaks for itself. I think that planning testimony is planning testimony. I think architectural testimony is architectural testimony. I think engineering testimony is engineering testimony. I think that as far as the interpretation of ordinances, that's left to planners and attorneys. It's not left to architects and engineers. They can assist in the other professionals coming to those interpretations, but I think that the testimony has to be carefully delivered and carefully considered in that light. So I don't know exactly what Ms. De Leon is going to testify to, but I know that Mr. Harrington is going to be paying very close attention to how the testimony is solicited and delivered. So I think that she's absolutely qualified in the field of architecture, but I know that we have planners. I know that the applicant presented a planner. The applicant does have an architect, but the architect did not give planning testimony. Ms. De Leon, I know that some architects are also planners. Do you have a planner's license?
I do not have a planner's license, no.
Okay.
Well, I would suggest that we start her presentation, and if Mr. Harrington feels that something is objectionable, he can jump in and object.
I agree. I don't have a problem moving on. But you know, we'll see what the testimony is. I'm curious what the testimony is. So, all right, Ms. De Leon, go ahead.
I'm going to share a screen because I did do some diagrams just to illustrate some of my points.
Sure.
Oh, it says it's disabled screen sharing.
Cam, can we make that happen, please?
Yeah, sorry about that.
And Santo, I don't know what exhibit we're up to, or Mike.
So these are going to get marked as O and then a number, obviously. I think before the witness shares the screen, there's got to be some proffer as to what it is, and we need to then see one screen at a time. Ms. Hajianis, obviously, these haven't been submitted beforehand. They were created for the purpose of the witness's testimony this evening. Mr. Harrington, have you seen any of what's about to be shown? I suspect not. I haven't. I don't think.
I have not. No, I haven't.
So Ms. De Leon, this is an exhibit that you created for purposes of delivering testimony this evening?
Yes, it was just drawing some sketches that I created to graphically show the points I wanted to make.
Yeah, it's just superimposed on the survey that was already part of the application.
Chairman, quite frankly, I don't know how we decide on it without seeing it, so.
No, let's mark it, I guess, 01.
01 for
as-
identification at this point.
And as they come up, we'll ask Mr. Harrington to confirm that they are his client's documents, if anything is, an overlay, and point out Ms. De Leon can point out what she's added to it.
Ms. De Leon, I just want to confirm for the record, is this one presentation, like it's just one file, one PDF, or are there multiple files?
It's one file, one PDF with 7 pages.
Okay, thank you.
So Ms. De Leon, we will have to do them one page at a time as you pull it up, so.
Yes, that's fine. That's how it's made.
And Ms. De Leon, if you could forward those to city planning tonight, tomorrow, at your nearest.
Sure.
convenience,
To
just so
Mallory.
it's on the record, please.
Yes, thank you.
Okay. So can I start?
Sure, go ahead.
Okay. I'll keep this, let's see. Can everybody see this? And you can hear me okay?
We can, yes.
Okay, so this is basically, I'm just going to really explain, reading the ordinance, how that would translate to the site, essentially. So this is the survey that was on the drawings, and I really just sketched over where the lot lines are, and just written the definitions to the right of it of what those relate to. So this first slide is basically what was explained to before, what the applicant's interpretation of what these lines are, and since we're starting again, I'll read what the definitions are before going forward. So the first definition is the lot line front, which is the lot line separating a lot from a street right of way, also we're referring to as a street line. In the case of corner lots, the front lot line shall be the street line with a lesser frontage. In this case, it's here along Palisade. The lot line rear is a lot line opposite and most distant from the front line, which here would be this northern line on the top. And then the applicant it also says that any other lot line than the front or rear lot line is a side. So this is how the applicant presented their application. Although my interpretation is the rest of this lot line. So once we establish the rear lot line here, this is the required rear yard setback that the
Mr.
applicant.
Leon, did you just add that live, or is that?
That is the
number
second.
two?
That is the second page of the slide.
Thank you.
They change, but they just kind of add. So this is the second page of the presentation. Okay, so this would be the rear lot line, the rear yard setback from that lot line, which is 30 feet in this application. The definition also reads, or the point at which the side lot lines meet. In this case, that would be here. So they have a side lot line here and a side lot line here. That point at which they meet creates another rear yard setback, which the applicant is not addressing at the moment. Basically here. So this is page 3 of the slide presentation. As I look at this, I think there's also another way to analyze the setback requirements. So starting again, here are the definitions. This is slide 4. This is the applicant's on the interpretation of the lot lines with the front lot line here, rear lot line, and then the side lot lines here. But as you look at it, to address the irregular configuration of the lot, as you walk along South Street, the property becomes much deeper than it is wide, reorienting the lot in this inside lot, in this flag part of the lot, I should say. In which case, if I go to the next slide, this section of the line along South Street becomes more of a front lot line. The definition of the front lot line being a lot line separating the lot from a street right of way. So in this section, that's what it's doing. And once this is established as a front lot line, obviously the next point would be, here's a rear lot line, opposite and most distant from that. So basically, you get the same interpretation looking at the definitions two different ways. The rear lot line, the rear yard required rear yard setback ends up to be the same thing. How the applicant was doing their interpretation was they were dealing with this whole lot as if it was one lot, considering lot 2, which is this flag part, as part of the whole lot. And they just took this rear yard setback. But I think you also have to consider the irregularities of what happens when you apply a flag to that lot. So here I was just illustrating two different ways that just using the definitions in the ordinance can be applied to this lot. That was basically it. The only other comment I would have in terms of the testimony last time was in regards to the lot width. There's nothing in the definition of lot width of what the determining width would be for the allowable height. There's a lack of specificity in this regard. It doesn't say it should be taken at the widest point, nor should it be taken at the shortest point. It doesn't say. Different cities define width differently. Bayonne defines lot width as measured from the front lot line parallel to the lesser frontage. Hoboken defines it as the mean lot width, measured at right angles to the depth. Jersey City defines it as the minimum lot width to be measured at the minimum required building setbacks. But it's unclear as if it says this is determining lot width in terms of its height. That's why a proper zoning interpretation would be required. That's it. That's all I got.
All right, thank you, Ms. De Leon. Anybody, any questions?
Chris, I think we have to open it up to Mr. Harrington.
I was going to open it up to the board first, but yeah, I do want to hear Mr. Harrington as well.
Okay. I mean, I just have a few quick questions. I mean, we just ran through the definitions, but if we look at the definition of the front lot line, as you have up there, Mr. De Leon, we agree that the front lot line shall be the street line with the lesser frontage, correct?
Correct. I think that's
Okay.
that's meant to be the orienting lot
Right.
line that lines it up with the rest of the block.
And so when we're looking at the front lot line, or when we're looking at the lines on Palisade, which you have here in pink or magenta, I'm not sure. And then there you have the side lot line along South Street. We can agree that the line along Palisade has the lesser frontage, correct?
Correct.
Okay. That's all I have.
Thank you, Mr.
Okay,
Harrington.
thank you, counsel. Okay, Ms. Hajianis, anything else?
Yeah, I just had one more question for my expert. Ms. De Leon, could you just explain the rear lot which you drew based upon, or the rear yard which you drew based upon the point at which the side lot lines meet? How did you come up with that little square there?
Well, it has, the definition reads, it says the lot line opposite the most distant from the front lot line or the point at which the side lot lines meet. So obviously there's a side lot line here and a side lot line here. This is according to the applicant's testimony. So where they meet would be where this X is, right here. So you take 30 feet, which is the required rear yard setback from that point. And it would give you 30 feet this way and 30 feet this way. And you get this box, which should be an additional rear yard for this property, which is the same, either way you look at it. Whether it be this interpretation from the point, or if this is a front lot line from the toward the rear.
If it's okay, and if it's drawn 30 feet from the point, does that give you a circular size, a circular shaped rear yard?
No, not necessarily. I think, I guess it could be interpreted that way, but it's really, the lot lines should be parallel to what their setback from what the lot line is. It's typically how it's done.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, if I could just have a follow-up question.
Sure, go ahead, counsel.
So we're looking at the definition of a rear lot line. And as you just pointed out, it says the lot line opposite and most distant from the front lot line. So we know that the front lot line is Palisade Avenue, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and we look at this diagram here, and we can see that the line most distance from the front lot line is shown here as the rear lot line, correct?
Correct.
So why would we need to go to the or? I'm not sure that would be necessary.
I don't read this as a this or that situation. I think that the or here is defining two different conditions where a rear lot line can exist.
Okay, and by your interpretation, really, that's what you're providing here. Just for the record, the side lot lines meet at another point as well. Where, yes, right there in a corner. So that makes it even, I don't know, maybe I'm not, the question is the lot lines meet at another location as well, correct?
They do, but you would go for the most distant point. I mean, this is where it's written, and that's an interior lot. I mean, that would make it impossible. So I think you do go to the outside point.
Well, it doesn't say that the most distant, it says where the sidelines meet, correct?
Where the sidelines meet. So if you want to interpret it here, typically this, I think, is made for a standard corner lot where you would see this as a sideline and this is a sideline. If in the historic district, the brownstones would be lined up essentially that way, when this would be the interior corner.
No, understood.
And the ordinance isn't specifically clear with that. But I think looking at this this other way, I think it supports that this was the intent of this code.
Okay. I have no further questions, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you, counsel. Ms. Hajianis, anything else?
No, thank you.
Okay, thank you. CC, thank you. I appreciate it.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so if there's no more testimony from Ms. Hajianis, Mr. Harrington, you're all good?
I'm all good with yes, we're moving on.
Okay.
Yeah, I would like to move the presentation into evidence at this time.
We did already. It's marked 01.
Oh, okay. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I have no objection to that. It was marked as, I think, as identification purposes initially.
It was, counsel, but since you have no objection, it's going to be moved into evidence as 01.
Okay, I apologize, guys. That's why I'm not a lawyer. Okay, so I think we're up for public comment now, right? That's where that last meeting was left off. Okay, before we do that, Mallory, do you have anything you want to add concerning Ms. De Leon's testimony?
No, I think I can cover it in review of the staff report during staff comment.
Okay, thank you. So at this time, let's open it up for public comment. If anybody's here from the public that wants to comment on this application, please raise your hand.
All right,
Hands raised already.
John.
Ms. Hagianis, can we have you take your hand down?
Oh, sorry. Yeah.
That's okay, not a problem.
All right, promoting John's Galaxy. John's Galaxy has declined.
Okay, let's move on to James, please.
Moving on to James.
Hi, James, you there?
Unmute.
You've done it.
Now I'm here.
Can you turn your video on?
I apologize. I thought I had. There it is.
Here we go. Perfect. All right. I just want to swear you in. All right.
Please.
If you could raise your right hand. Do you swear any testimony you give tonight is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
And could you state and spell your name, please?
James, James, Conboy, CO, N as in November, B as in Bravo, OY.
Thank you.
Mr. Convoy, good evening. We have 5 minutes for you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, board members. As by way of background, I am a board certified environmental engineer, licensed and in good standing in New Jersey and a number of other jurisdictions. I've lived in this neighborhood since 1983. And I find this a very interesting approach, this project. The things that caught my mind, and I'd like to share my screen if I may. Can everybody see that? Can anybody see that?
You can, yes.
Okay, thank you. When in looking at this, there was a.
James, I'm
Mr.
sorry to
Conboy,
interrupt.
can you just, 1 second? If we're gonna
Sure.
show anything, it's gotta be marked.
Okay.
So,
And James, I'm just going to
Chairman?
ask for you to maximize that screen if you're just going to be going through the PowerPoint. To just,
Chairman, let's establish some ground rules. First of all, whether or not you want to allow this to be shared, if you so choose and the board so chooses, we're going to mark this as P1 for the record. And then, Mr. Conboy, you will have to submit this to the planning department.
I'll be happy to. That goes to whom, please?
that goes to me, Mallory Clark Sokolov. My email is M as in Mary Clark @jcnj.org.
That's Clark without an E.
Without an E, yes.
jcnj.org. I'll do that as soon as we're finished here. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Convoy, before you present this, can you describe what we'll be looking at, and then I'll start your time again.
Sure. Basically, this is going to have a huge impact on the neighborhood, even if it's.
But, sir, please, if you could, please describe first what you're presenting us.
I'm sorry. What I'm presenting is a couple of visuals to just give an impact or a visualization of the impact on the neighborhood of a project of this size.
So, sir, let me help you. This is a image. Where did you get this image?
Sorry, this is from Google Maps. This is the site. I believe a similar image was already submitted by the petitioner. And I took this just for context to say this is what it looks like now.
Okay.
I've also
So,
included.
we're familiar with the site. Go ahead.
Okay, good. I've included a couple of different graphics representing the change in the mass if this were to have been constructed as the zoning permits, and then again as the somewhat larger version that they're asking for a variance to accommodate. And I really wanted to just find a way to convey to the board what this might mean in terms of the visual change to the neighborhood. So I took a couple samples of things that we can all identify with.
Okay, go ahead, sir.
Okay, I scaled off the drawings and came up with the approximate volume of the existing structures and the proposed structures. The proposed structures are almost 3 times what is existing there in volume. It's 280,000 cubic feet versus 100,000 cubic feet. And I realized 100,000 cubic feet is not something anybody can get their arms around easily. But we live in New Jersey and we're used to driving up the turnpike and going past Elizabeth, and we've seen stacks of containers. So we have a sense of what a container is in terms of size, what a stack of containers looks like. So I converted to stacks of containers to just give an impression. If this
Sir, I don't know
building-
that that's appropriate. You want to show a slide of stacks of containers that show what 100,000 cubic feet looks like?
Yes.
Chairman, I don't believe that that's appropriate.
I agree, counsel. We review building plans on a weekly basis. I don't see the need to look at containers.
Fair enough. The visuals were simply in case it was easier for somebody.
This board, it's not.
That's fine. If this were built with the backyard as required or as contained in the zoning, it would be approximately 185,000 cubic feet, which is approximately 85,000 cubic feet bigger than what is there now. And that comes out to something like 60 containers, if that helps anybody.
Okay, let's move on from the container conversation and just talk about the project.
Well, the project, if built out to the maximum that the code allows, will be more than double what is there now. It is going to dominate the area. Frankly, it's going to have a big impact on everybody in the neighborhood, even without the variance. But they can build it to the code without the variance. If we give them a variance, it's going to be nearly treble the volume that's there now, and it's going to completely dominate the block. Doesn't seem like it's going to be necessary. Doesn't seem like it's going to be in any way an improvement.
Okay, thank you, sir. Anything else?
That's all I got.
Okay,
Thank you.
All right, let's move on with public comment. Once again, if anybody wants to comment on this application, please raise your hand. If you're calling in, you can press *9 to raise your hand.
All right, promoting Joe Menino. Okay, they just disappeared. Promoting Jerry Piven. Jerry Piven has joined us.
Hi, Jerry. You can turn your video on.
Yes.
Great. All right, perfect. I see you. I hear you. I'm just gonna swear you in. All right, if you can raise your right hand. Do you swear any testimony you give tonight is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
And for the record, could you state and spell your name, please?
Yes, Jerry Piven, Jerrypiven.
Thank you.
Mr. Piven, good evening. We have 5 minutes for you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
My name is Jerry Piven and I live on Ogden Avenue, right off of South Street. My backyard borders Moe's Bait and Tackle, the site of the proposed condo construction. I also teach ethics and moral philosophy at Rutgers University. And when confronted with the specific architectural designs and impact those designs will have on our neighbors, some crucial ethical issues stand out as worth articulating. The proposed construction has an immediate impact on the lives of everyone in the vicinity. This design is a palpable Goliath that will entirely alter the very ecosystem we live in. This isn't an exaggeration. The immense occlusion of light incurred by constructing a structure of this height and magnitude will alter the quotidian lives of everyone living in its shadow. And shade studies demonstrate how the cultivated gardens and trees in the vicinity will simply die as a result. There is no justification for allowing a structure that will so ceaselessly alter everyone's experience of their own homes, the light that pervades the space they live in, and the flora and comforts of our open spaces that will literally die. There is no sound ethical justification that would prioritize the pecuniary interests of a developer over the people who have lived here and cultivated these gardens. There is no sound moral basis for altering every single person's life on the basis of someone's desire for profit. This is a community with real people who take comfort from their homes and those open spaces. What moral justification could there be to allow a structure that would forever destroy everyone else's comfort and life in that vicinity? We've already had discussions with the developer and architect on this. They claim to care about our lives and our concerns. And while one could never know what they actually care about, their own architectural designs and modifications suggest that there never was a good faith attempt to show concern for our community. As others have demonstrated, the equivocal language that simultaneously declares two sides, rear walls in order to attain permission for larger and wider construction is itself a bad faith mode of getting around construction regulations. And the modifications proposed after our discussions have a negligible impact on the amount of light and darkness. The gardens will still die, and everyone's daily life will be profoundly altered. This is why such modifications and their concerns over our community lives seem so disingenuous. As a community, we welcome a diversity of people and lifestyles. Of course, we welcome new homes and businesses, but not those that grotesquely destroy the very trees and cultivated spaces of everyone around them, as if nothing mattered but a developer's self-interest. Do not permit this monstrosity. There must be a way to invite construction that does not forever force the community to live in a towering shadow. That is not why my wife and I moved here, and I stand with the neighbors who dwell here and have made these spaces full of life. A few years ago, the very mayor of Jersey City basked in the light and beauty of my neighbor Ann's garden. He was there to support Ann's founding of a charter school. Mayor Phillip has even mentioned that event publicly, and it shows the kind of community we have. This is what will literally be decimated by a structure that will dwarf the vicinity and force these oases to wither and die. Again, there can be no sound justification for that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Piven. We appreciate it. All right, Cam, let's move on with public comment. We have Mr. Stetton. Or, I'm sorry, Stetton.
Promoting Jeremy Satin.
Hi, Jeremy. How's it going?
Good.
Good. I just want to swear you in, all right? If you could raise your right hand.
Sure.
You swear the testimony you're about to give is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
For the record, could you state and spell your name, please?
Jeremy Setton, Jeremy Setton.
Thank you.
Mr. Stetton, good evening. We have 5 minutes for you.
Good evening, commissioners. I'm one of the owners of the 47 Ogden Avenue property immediately adjacent to this project along its northeast border. I share the same concern as my neighbors related to the size of the project, the loss of light, and the high environmental impact to the adjacent property, including mine. My understanding from the information I gather from the different involved actors and what transpired during the testimony for this application is that, first, there is an interpretation challenge to which I will extend further. Secondly, there is a jurisdiction challenge from council Aginis to which I would agree based on the presented information. And last, there is no zoning determination that was made by a zoning officer for this specific application. That's quite a lot of procedural challenges, and that's not factoring that the entire community around this project site has and is about to voice their opposition to this application. Is this the kind of application that should be approved without proper due diligence? I would like to the record to show that today's revised version was only made available to the public on the Jersey City data pool on March 18th, merely 4 days prior to when this application was initially presented in front of this board. I would like to also add to the record a challenge on the 5th floor building Heights ruling on this project. In their March 22nd report for this application, the Jersey City planning staff, based on their interpretation of the ordinance definition of the lot line and width, commented, quote, "The site has a varying width of approximately 30 feet to 90 feet and a front property line along Palisade Avenue," end quote. Moreover, Mallory Clark, the review planner for this application, in an email reply to me on February 23rd, stated, quote, "The reality is this zoning was not written to contemplate a lot such as this one, as it's highly irregular lot configuration, even at the corner position," end quote. So if the R2D zoning was not written to contemplate this particular case, why isn't the original intent of the ordinance looked into? If the zoning was only meant to be applied to a standard regular lot, as it seems to be, then the original expectation would be that the width is the same across the entire lot. With that in mind, how can the staffing interpretation that stipulates a quote unquote varying lot width could be considered conclusive in allowing a height of 5 stories in this matter? And since the R2 zoning name and purpose is for the development on Palisade Avenue, why is the lot width along Palisade Avenue not used in this ruling? To add to this, the zoning stipulates that the 5th story should be set back 10 feet from the front of the quote, primary straight frontage, end quote. Mallory Clark in the same email reply stated, quote, "The LDO does not define primary straight frontage," end quote. Provided this lot has its address, main entry, and largest street frontage on South Street, why isn't that street considered the primary street frontage? And therefore, why is the 10 feet front setback on the 5th floor not required along South Street? During the March 22nd testimony for this application, Ed Colling, the developer planner, stated that having to implement the rear yard setback requirement is a hardship. If this project is allowed to build 5-story, is it really a hardship? The square footage gained by having the extra 4 should be offset, offset the space used by having to implement the setbacks. The higher the building is, the larger the setback should be, with no variance allowed at 5 stories. Also, not only the back of my property would stand to lose a lot of light and air, the roof deck on top of this was not considered in Mr. Colling assessment. But more importantly, with the need for more environment-friendly renewable energy sources, I have contemplated installing solar panel on the roof of my building, and insufficient setbacks would definitely hamper the benefit of such investment. To conclude, in alignment with the overwhelming community opposition to this project, I would ask the board to consider the information that I presented today, which highlights some serious flaws and concern with this application. Simply using the word quote unquote irregular shouldn't justify a way to go around the requirement. It should instead call for a higher level of scrutiny. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Seton. We appreciate it. Before we move on, Ms. Hagianis, who do you represent? I don't know if I ever got an address.
Yes, my client is a condominium association at 560 Palisade Avenue. It's a 3-unit condominium association, and it is enveloped by this project. And yeah.
Understood. Okay, so I will turn to Santo. Santo, since Ms. Hagianis is since 560 Palisade is represented by counsel, no one from 560 Palisade would be allowed to testify, correct?
That is correct.
Public comment. Okay. All right. All right, let's move on with public comment. Cam.
Jody's promoted.
Hi, Jody. I'll swear you in. All right. If you could raise your right hand. Do you swear any testimony you give tonight is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
And for the record, could you state and spell your name, please?
My name is Jody Monroe, Monroe.
Thank you.
Ms. Monroe, good evening. We have 5 minutes for you.
Thank you. So my name is Jody Monroe. I'm a resident of 419 Ogden Avenue, and I'm against the proposed plans at 1014 South Street.
I'm participating in this hearing not only as someone who lives within 200 feet of the property and was legally alerted to the development, but also as a resident on the same block and a tax-paying resident of Jersey City. I have strong concerns about how this building fits in on South Street, specifically with the more residential focused Ogden Avenue, and fearful for my neighbors who will be backing up against this development. This would be the highest building on South Street for the entire duration of the street. This would be the highest building in the immediate Ogden Avenue area surrounding the building. And the planning board purpose as defined on their site is to ensure rational development. This doesn't seem like rational development, as my neighbors will continually reassert and agree with. In addition, I share concern about the traffic ramifications. The developer, as last I believe I saw, was providing parking for 9 cars. However, with so many units and those units advertised as multiple 3 to 4 bedroom, large family units, the consideration of multi-car families, visitors, and the actual number of apartments, we know there's going to be impact and fallout on the streets around this development. Big families, big cars, big apartments, lots more people parking on the street. And if they're not fitting those cars in their garage and driveway, they're all going to be competing for parking coming around Ogden Avenue because it's a one-way direction from South Street. Currently, without these additional residents, on average, I tow or call the cops probably around 5 to 10 times a year. I'm sorry, I am that neighbor, but if I can't get out of my garage and my parking space and my driveway, it really renders having one pretty useless. So I'm very concerned about the ramifications that it will have on street traffic. And that is above and beyond all of the reasons that my neighbors have reiterated here. This is just the traffic from the residents. There's also a proposed retail location, bringing even more traffic and cars. To the developer and his team, on the first side of the submit package reviewed in our last meeting, I wanted to continue to ask where it's expected that the retail patrons would be parking.
Okay, Ms. Monroe, is there anything else? We'll get your question answered though.
Just the question.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Harrington, do you want to reply?
I mean, on the retail use on a Palisade Avenue, you typically would expect that it's similar to an NC zone, so it's pedestrian motivated, that you're not going to have a lot of cars, destination, retail. It's really going to live and thrive off the local neighbors that live in the area.
Okay, thank you. And Council, while I have you up, you do propose a garage of some sort there. You propose parking under the current ordinance, and I just want to see if you agree that if that garage was full, no one else would be allowed to get street zone permits, correct?
Well, the residential zone, yeah, unless it is full, you cannot obtain any residential street permits.
Okay, I apologize. So yeah, if it's full, they can get street permits, correct?
That's right.
Okay, all right, thank you. All right, Cam, let's move on with public comment, please.
Voting Ann Wallace.
Hi, Ann. I'll just swear you in, okay? If you can raise your right hand. Do you swear any testimony you give tonight is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
And for the record, could you state and spell your name, please?
Yes. Ann Wallace, ANNWALLACE.
Thank you.
Ms. Wallace, good evening. We have 5 minutes for you.
Sure. Thank you. I've lived at 409 Ogden Avenue since 2002. The southwest corner of my property abuts the property, the 1014 South Street, which is under discussion. The developer claims that this project at 5 stories, 95% lot coverage, and with 2 10-foot setbacks instead of the 30 required, requires variances due to the hardship of the lot's, quote, special shape. Let's be very clear that this is a self-created hardship and that the developer does not need variances for this property. This project, as proposed and as shown in the developer's shade studies, will cut nearly all sunlight from the south and will cast my property and many of my neighbors into shade for most of the day. My yard will lose all of its afternoon light. Aside from midday, basically in the middle of the summer, it will sit in shade. The entire neighborhood benefits from the verdant yards that will be overshadowed by this mammoth building. In my yard alone, I have dozens of plant species, including trees, miniature dogwood, weigela, honeysuckle, clematis, ilex, hydrangeas, andromeda, spirea, berries, coneflowers, columbine, phlox, lavender, daylilies, dozens more. I am a gardener. My neighbors also have gardens. Gardens release oxygen, absorb carbon dioxide, and improve our air quality. In cities, they provide rare and vital habitats for wildlife. At this time of year, cardinals, robins, finches, mourning doves, swallows, and sparrows find shelter and food in our green spaces. And we have vital pollinators, bees, along with monarch butterflies and swallowtails. All of this plant life will be in danger with the limited sunlight. Without the required 30-foot setbacks and at 5 stories, this project will severely diminish the sunlight for neighbors. My garden, including 2 mature trees, a plum and a pear, will struggle, and many of my plants cultivated over 20 years will die. And I, as an immunocompromised person who depends on my yard for the light and life it provides, will lose this most precious part of my life in Jersey City. The past 2 years, I've been largely homebound due to long COVID. And I can't imagine living here without the space that my garden provides and the sunlight it provides. Year after year, Jersey City loses more of its green space. Outsized projects out of scale with their neighbors are built every year. Our plant and wildlife, air quality, and mental health suffer. Jersey City's tree canopy is shamefully out of step with other cities. This project, rather than providing more green space on a lot that currently has none, exacerbates the environmental problems by impacting the life that my neighbors and I have cultivated. This shadow that this project will cast is very long indeed. I ask that you deny these variances. The building is out of scale with our neighborhood and will have multiple harmful impacts. The developer has spoken of the hardships of this lot, yet those hardships are self-created. This project does not need to be built as proposed. If it is, the neighbors are the ones who will be facing hardship. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wallace. We appreciate it. Okay, Cam, let's
Promoting Edward Mazzola.
Hi, Edward.
Hello.
How's it going? I'll just swear you in, all right? If you could raise your right hand. Do you swear any testimony you give tonight is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
For the record, could you state and spell your name, please?
Edward Mazzola, EDWARD, Mazzola, MAZZOLA.
Thank you.
Mr. Mazzola, good evening. We have 5 minutes for you.
Okay, thank you. Good evening, commissioners. I am the owner of 564 Palisade Avenue, adjoining 560 Palisade condo. And my backyard is going to be impacted greatly by the shadow casted by this immense building. And I think, and my basic comments reflect what Mr. Piven, Mr. Wallace, and Ann Wallace and Mr. Seton had reflected already. But I'm opposed to this. I think that when the zoning board, when this area was rezoned, the zoning board did not take into consideration that a project like this could possibly be built on a side street and impacting all our neighbors on Palisade Avenue and on Ogden, and all our quality of life, as many of what Ann Wallace just mentioned. I have several lilac trees and various other exotic trees in my yard, as well as flowers. And I noticed that with the size of the building right up against my yard, that I'm going to only have sunlight up until about 10:30 in the morning, and then have being total shade and total darkness. So I think that it was an oversight by the zoning board when they rezoned this area, and it was an oversight that something like this can possibly happen. I have nothing else. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mazzola. We appreciate it. All right, Cam, we're up to Mr. Weissman, I believe.
Hi, Karen. How you doing?
Hey, good.
I'll swear you in, all right? Do you swear any testimony you give tonight is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
And for the record, could you state and spell your name?
Sure. It's Kern, Kern, Weissman, Weissman.
Thank you.
Karen, good evening. We have 5 minutes for you.
Great. Thank you, commissioners. I appreciate it. I want to mention that I am within 200 feet of this project, but I'm going to speak from my experience as at the time the R2D zone was implemented, was in 2018. I was the president of the Riverview Neighborhood Association and worked very closely with planning staff on the ordinance, and was really the liaison to the community and the neighborhood association that voted in support of the R2D ordinance when it was passed. That's important because in all the email communications and all of the verbal communications, all of the lot width discussions, which there were quite a bit of, very important to understand that one of the critical decisions around that the community made in planning implemented was around the difference between a lot that was 50 feet and under and a lot that was greater than 50 feet. That's where the 5th floor was being allowed with the setback on the front lot line. All of those discussions and emails all referenced and was understood at the time to be relevant to the frontage along Palisade Avenue. There was never any discussion about a difference if there was a flag lot or a corner lot or an irregular lot. Everything was about, all the discussions were about the frontage along Palisade. So the frontage for this project is about 30 feet along Palisade. So it is my firm belief that this project should be interpreted to be required to have a D variance for height for the 5th floor. And therefore, I understand that if that was the case, the jurisdiction wouldn't be under the planning board, would be under the zoning board. I'm speaking as somebody with intimate knowledge of the process that went through for the R2D zone. And that's, there has been, I even went back and searched my records. There was never any discussion about any other concept other than the frontage along Palisade in terms of the width. That was the intent of that zone. And so, barring any other specific language, that's how the common sense interpretation should be taken. That's, of course, my opinion, but I think that's well-founded as someone intimately familiar with that process. In addition, I would like to say that, the negative impact seems to be pretty severe without more setbacks provided, or at least adhering to the setbacks that are required in the zone. That was also a really important part of this, we wanted to make sure, the community wanted to make sure that the impact to surrounding properties was not, there was not a negative impact. And that's what that 30-foot setback from when you get above floors 1. So the floors 2 and above, specifically written for that 30-foot setback, that was a very intentional thing. And this is exactly what the neighbors around here have just spoken to. So I think that needs to be weighted very heavily here. And so I'm asking you for those reasons to deny this application. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Kern. We appreciate it. Okay, Cam, let's move on.
Promoted Joe Manono. Okay, Joe declined. Moving on to Kaylin Eckenrode.
Having a rough time tonight, Cam.
Yeah, I am not good with last names.
Hi, Kaylin. You're sideways, but I'll swear you in anyway, okay? You
I
can
am
raise your right
sorry,
hand.
one second.
It's fine.
Apologies. I have it on the my phone. I was trying to join by computer, but it did not seem to be cooperating with me. Hold on one sec. Let me see if this is better.
Sure.
Can
Well,
you
we
see me
see you
now?
and we hear you great. So this is working
Okay,
good for us.
great.
All right. I'll just swear you in if you can raise your right hand.
Of course.
Do you swear any testimony you give tonight is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
And for the record, could you state and spell your name, please?
Sure. My name is Kaylin Eckenrode Tate, and I live at 405 Ogden Avenue, number 2. How to spell my first name is Kaelyn. My last name is Eckenrode, Eckenrode, and the second word is Tate, Tate.
Thank you.
Ms. Eckenrode Tate, we have 5 minutes for you.
Thank you so much. I'm just going to grab my notes quickly. I am 8.5 months pregnant. So last hearing was quite a marathon for me, but I'm glad to be here. And can you guys still see me?
We just see your picture. Your file picture.
One sec. All right, that's weird. I don't know why that's happening. I can go ahead if that's okay with you. Okay. Thank you so much, commissioners. My name is Kaylin Eckenrode Tate, and I'm the owner of 405 Ogden Avenue, Unit 2. It's lot 25.02 for your reference. My property is located directly to the rear of this proposed project. And I'm here tonight to speak about my concerns that some of my neighbors have also already voiced in terms of the scope of this project and its impact on the neighborhood. First of all, I want to say I support the desire to develop the Heights and bring more aesthetically pleasing retail and residential spaces to our neighborhood. I've lived here since 2015. I have raised my 4-year-old son with my husband here, and we have another baby coming hopefully at the end of the month, not sooner, for our sake. However, I feel strongly it's important to develop this community in a way that preserves, honors, and respects the existing neighbors. Zoning regulations and building codes, in my mind, exist for a reason, to ensure that development is fair, safe, and environmentally sound. I do not believe this is the right design for 10 to 14 South Street. The developer's team has repeatedly referred to the hardship developing this lot within existing guidelines would pose to them in asking for these variances, especially observing the 30-foot setback from the rear of my property line. However, I believe the regulations have been set for a reason to help preserve access to air and light for all neighbors. You heard from some of our neighbors about their gardens, about their green spaces. These things are important. These things matter to them. And I think that these guidelines are meant to ensure that development and new neighbors coming in have the same fairness as existing neighbors. The community voiced these concerns to the developer already, but the concessions that were made on the setbacks, as Jeremy said and my neighbor mentioned, really failed to address the problem. At the last hearing, Mr. Colling acknowledged that the revised proposed setbacks would add more light and air, but not as much as adhering to the 30-foot setback would. They have argued that following the existing rules would lead them to lose 45% of the lot. I understand that the asking price of this property, which is $2.3 million, has motivated the developer to seek these variances in order to be able to turn a profit. However, it is coming at the expense of the existing neighbors' quality of life and access to light and air. You can see from the shadow studies that this will substantially reduce the amount of light my property and the property of my downstairs neighbor receives. One reason we fell in love with the condo is its roof deck. We love to watch the sunsets there, but this building will completely block the sunset and lead to a lack of privacy for the deck as well as the primary bedroom windows, which would directly face the proposed building. In conclusion, I support development in the Heights, but I can't support this project when I know there are designs that would better fit into this neighborhood environmentally, aesthetically, and within the existing regulations. I urge the board to not grant these variances and urge the developer and the architect, who are obviously very talented in this regard, to head back to the drawing board to find a design that works for this space. I understand that the space is a unique one and that this has led to a design that would allow them to maximize the profit, but I don't feel that we as neighbors should have to make allowances, make variances that impact our quality of life just because the purchase price, the asking price for this property is so high. I think the developer can go back to the person who's selling this lot and say, look, let's negotiate a price that works for the design that we'll be able to get approved here. I don't think this is the design for that piece of land. I think it will negatively impact the neighborhood. And I think that the presence of the community here tonight shows that this is a really caring place. I'm proud to raise my son here, and I'm proud to have these folks as neighbors. And I'm proud to join them in asking for a design that better fits this space for the benefit of all. Thank you.
Thank you. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, Kim, let's move on with public comment. Once again, if anybody else wants to comment on this application, you can raise your hand. If you're calling in, you can press *9 to raise your hand.
Terrence has joined us.
Terrence, you're in. You can just, there you go. Hello.
Oh, hello.
How you doing? I just want to swear you in. All right, if you can raise your right hand.
Sure.
Do you swear any testimony you give tonight is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
And for the record, could you state and spell your name, please?
Sure. My name is Terrence Eng, T-E-R-E-N-C-E. Last name Eng, E-N-G.
Mr. Eng, good evening. We have 5 minutes for you.
Thank you. Thank you, commissioners and everyone on the panel for allowing me to speak tonight. I just wanted to voice my concern on this project. As you've heard of many of my neighbors as well, we share the same sentiment. While we are glad there's proposed development for this this lot and many other lots in the city, I feel, as with my neighbors, that it should be to work with the neighbors and not severely impact the lives of everyone here. I've been a homeowner here for the last 10 years on the block, and also been a renter for the previous 8 years. So it's suffice to say that I love this neighborhood. I love the people around it, and that's what draws me to this area. It's just how the people are. With the project of this size and me owning the property here, it will severely diminish the amount of light that we have, which is very important on this urban area. Now, I know there's been light studies that have been conducted, but I think you could probably suffice to say that the light studies would show that it's going to cut the amount of light that we are getting from all times of the year. With the urban landscape, I love to enjoy my backyard, but with a project of this size, I'll be staring at a behemoth of a building, as Mr. Piven had alluded to, without the proper setbacks. Also, with the aesthetics of this neighborhood, something with a project of this modernization, they propose to keep the historical aspect with the front of the building, the front brick building of the Mo's lot. However, the rest of it, I feel, it's all modernized, but it doesn't fit with the rest of the community and how the neighborhood would be. I think it would change the aesthetics of the neighborhood and not really fit in. Another concern I have is that if the front of the lot is considered Palisade Ave, then why is not the front of the entrance or the building be on that side of the street, but being utilized on the South Street side? I think that's a concern of mine as well. So with all the neighbors, comments and concerns, I feel that it would be a disservice to move forward with this application without proper considerations. If allowing for these variances to go ahead, I mean, it would just be a detriment to the rest of the neighbors and the community around us. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Eng. We appreciate it.
Promoted.
More hand raised?
Hi, I want to introduce Mauro Mazzilli, the owner of the property, to speak.
Sure, that's fine. Can you put a camera on this person?
Yeah, yeah, right. He's standing right in front of the laptop.
Okay, you have to turn
Hold on, what do I have to do? Our
Just right by
participant-
the mute button. Right by the mute button, there's the video button. And just push
Sure,
that.
hold on. Yeah, hold on.
All right, wonderful. All right. So
Okay.
is this gentleman here? So you,
Yes.
All right, great, sir. Can you raise your right hand? I'll swear you in.
Yes,
Do you swear any testimony you give tonight is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
yes, I do.
For the record, could you state and spell your name, please?
Mauro Mazzilli, Mauro Mazzilli.
Thank you.
Mr. Mazzilli, good evening. We have 5 minutes for you.
Okay. Yeah, I have a prepared statement that I wrote I'd like to read. Okay, I'm Mauro Mazzilli, owner of 10 South Street. I have lived here my complete adult life, raised my family here. My father also lived on the property until his death in 1999. In his will, he set up a living will guarantee a home for both me and my sister until one passed away. This made it impossible to sell the property until a living will was dissolved in 2018. My sister passed away in January 2020, making me the sole owner of the property. It has been a nightmare trying to sell without a complete demolition permit. In 2019, the Jersey City Historical Department deemed the front of the property had historical features and must not come down. Buyer after buyer wanted complete tear down and wasn't interested in keeping the facade. Mr. Melfi, who is well respected in the community with multiple projects in Jersey City, came up with a beautiful plan for the property. He has already given in to your concerns and made major changes to accommodate to the best of his ability without losing sight of what he wanted to build. I am 75 years old and I would like to sell my property while I still can enjoy the income it will bring. You all bought your homes probably with little fuss or demands. This is part of an urban community, or urban renewal, and not a suburban renewal. Yes, the neighborhood is changing, and yes, it will impact some of you, but not in an adverse way. Your property values will increase. Let the planning board agree with Mr. Melfi's plans to build. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Mazzilli. We appreciate your comments. Anybody else, if you'd like to comment on this application, please raise your hand. If you're calling in, you can press *9 to raise your hand. Anybody else from public? Okay, we have Mr. Menino.
Mr. Menino has denied every time. Let's see if this is different. Oh, this time is different.
And Joe, we have you on. It's got to unmute. Turn your video on. It looks like you unmuted and
Hello.
hello, Joe. I hear you. Can you turn your video on?
If I could figure out how to do it.
Sure. It's right down there next to the mute. So, yep, there we go. Perfect. I see you. I hear you. I just want to swear you in. All right. If you could raise your right hand.
Sure.
Do you swear any testimony you give tonight is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
And for the record, could you state and spell your name, please?
It's Joe Menino, Mannino.
Thank you.
And I live at 411 Ogden Avenue. I've been here for 36 years.
Okay, thank you. We have 5 minutes for you.
Okay, I'm against the project just because of the sheer size of the project and how the other people had said that it's going to impact the light in all of the backyards. I'm right next to Ann, and just as she was talking about all the flowers and stuff, I have like 6 different rosebush plants. I have a hydrangea. I have a hardy hibiscus. That's all going to be impacted by the size of this building. I'm not against development. I just want responsible development that's with the character of this block. And that's all that I have to say.
All right, thank you, Mr. Menino. We appreciate it. Anybody else from public? Please raise your hand. If you're calling in, press *9 if you want to comment. Okay, I'll entertain a motion to close public.
They're seated, no more public. I move to close the public portion.
No, we got one more.
Putting Dara Vanderbunt.
Hi, Dara.
Hi.
Hi. You able to turn the video on?
No, I'm not.
You're not?
No.
All right. I guess, Chairman, if you're fine.
I'm fine as long as she says she's raising her right hand.
Sure. And so, Dara, I'll swear you in. Do you swear that any testimony tonight you give is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
And could you state and spell your name for me, please?
Sure. Dara Vandebunt, D as in David, A-R-A. Vandebunt, V as in Victor, A-N-D-E-B-U-N-T-E.
Thank you.
Ms. Vandebunt, good evening. We have 5 minutes for you.
Hi. I submitted an email, but I don't know if any of you got it to consider. So I figured I'm going to read what I wrote.
Okay. Please.
So
we don't have an email.
Oh, okay. Okay. I'm Dara Vandebunt. I've lived at 10 South Street most of my life. Mauro Mazzilli is my dad. He's a wonderful, caring, hardworking man who's endured much tragedy and yet continues to accommodate all those around him, including the owners of both of these organizations whenever they needed assistance or access to his roof or his help. Palisade Avenue was zoned to create more of a friendly pedestrian street, and urban renewal is the strength and future of Jersey City Heights. What Mr. Melfi is proposing on my father's property is an asset of improvement to the associations, to all the neighbors and the community. The association's refusal to accommodate and protest is not warranted. The proposed project will only increase their property value and be a benefit to all. And I hope the board can see through this injustice and improve Mr. Malfi's project that he has graciously accommodated the associations and neighbors with. They spoke of light studies and trees and monstrosity. We're not talking about a monstrosity. We're talking about 5 stories. And there are 5 stories throughout the neighborhood, throughout the development. And if not 5, there's 4 right across the street, right next door. They talked about wildlife dying and people dying and there not being light. I don't think that this is being projected properly. And I'm just hoping that you can, shed light on what's really happening here and what's really being proposed and do what's best for the community, and not just some people that are, upset about trees that they propose will die, because I don't think that studies indicated such things.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Vandebunt. Anything else?
That's it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank.
All right, anybody else, if you'd like to comment, please raise your hand. If you're calling in, press *9 to raise your hand. Once again, anybody else?
There seeing no more public, I move to close the public portion.
Seconded.
Okay, motion made and seconded. Public is closed. Mallory, do you want to wrap up?
Sure, let me share my screen here.
If I could jump in, are the attorneys going to be able to do a summation?
If it's brief, Ms. Hajianis.
Okay, it is.
Go ahead.
Maybe Mr. Harrington wanted to go first. Did you have anything to say?
Ms. Hajianis, it would be appropriate for you to go first and then Mr. Harrington.
Okay, all right, thank you. So I think serious questions of ordinance interpretation have been raised over the past 2 evenings. The developer, of course, wants to advocate for the most generous interpretation of the ordinance, giving the developer the most square footage, requiring the fewest variances. Everybody understands that's what developers want. It's logical, but there's no entitlement to that. Particularly where we're talking about an exceptional circumstance like this one, we have a flag lot. And I think my expert covered it, but it's a 6-sided lot. Is there 1 front, 1 rear, 4 sides, as the developer's expert testified, or are there 2 fronts, 2 rears, and 2 sides? It kind of depends on the way you're looking at it and the way you read the definitions. What's the permissible height? Well, that depends on what you think the width is. There are 2 different widths. Everybody readily agreed to that. So there may be, depending on the interpretation, there may be 2 missing variances. One is a D variance and one is a second rear variance. If the D variance is missing, that's a problem for this board in rendering a decision. And the most important question here is, how much is too much? The zoning ordinance really doesn't tell you where to draw the line. And that's going to be up to the commissioners tonight. And I would urge you to take the arguments on interpretation of the zoning ordinance very seriously and consider them, to take the public comment into consideration. Hardship goes both ways. You can't remedy one hardship by creating another. And I wanted to just briefly state, because there are 4 people living in the condo building that I'm representing, the association, their specific concerns are, and some of these have to do with construction. Their building is going to be like about 1 inch between the 2 buildings on 2 sides. They're concerned about their building being endangered. It's a historic building with historic significance. It goes back to the 1860s. They are concerned about problems of construction, demolition, and a 5-story building enveloping and engulfing their building. They're just like everyone else. They're worried about access to sunlight on the, but at a different, from a different direction, east and south. And they are concerned about the impact to look and feel of the neighborhood. So I want to thank you, commissioners, for listening to everyone so carefully tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hajianis. Mr. Harrington, anything?
Yeah, just be brief. I mean, just to reiterate, and we went through everything in the last meeting, and I don't think the interpretation is really an issue. I think it's very clear what the front lot line is and the rear lot line is with regard to this property. And that leads to, it's an irregular lot. That leads to the project that is before you. My client has, and his architect have tried to create a project that works and fits into this irregular flag lot. We are not asking for a substantial amount of additional development potential, because you'd have like a 50 by 100 lot. And then you have a rear lot that's like 50 feet wide. This is odd, because you've got a rear lot that's almost 90 feet wide. So, when you compare, apples to apples, it's really not a developer looking for more development potential. And in fact, this particular developer who lives in a neighborhood, he met with the community a number of times, and he has changed it, to his credit, to have your step down as you go towards the Ogden Avenue backyards, to accommodate that, so that it would provide light and air on that area. So we think it's a good project. There's really there's three variances. There's the parking aisle width, there is the rear yard setback, and I'm actually forgetting about the other one, but they're not, it's really, you know, the rear yard setback. And I think you really have to look at it, at this project, when and look at the irregular configuration of the lot. I think that really is something that you need to consider when reviewing it. And that's all.
All right, thank you, Mr. Harrington. Mallory, do you want to wrap up?
Sure, 1 second here. Okay, can you let me know when you all can see the screen with the staff report?
We can see your screen.
Okay, so this is the staff report dated 3/22/2022. I'll try to be brief. We've heard a lot of this testimony covered by both sides, and I think we're well oriented to the site here. So per our office's interpretation, there's a diagram here. It is similar to what was shown by both Mr. Calling in the last meeting and Ms. De Leon in tonight's meeting, where our interpretation of the zoning ordinance is that the front property line is the lesser frontage of the corner lot, which is on Palisade Avenue, which puts the rear property line on as the easternmost property line, abutting the properties that front to Ogden Avenue, and that by default, via the definitions in the LDO, that all other property lines become side property lines. So I think the commissioners understand that what that would necessitate by the zoning ordinance is a 30-foot setback on the upper floors from this blue line here, the easternmost property line. With that, we have, as covered, a varying lot width. This is a very unique piece of property, not just that our zoning ordinances really aren't written to contemplate the corner lot condition, but also that it is a flag lot. So often if we would have a corner lot condition, you might just have a straight lot that cuts back here. Hopefully, can you all see my cursor as well?
We can, yes.
Okay, so you would have typically on a corner, just a rectilinear lot here, which would be similar to the neighboring lot. So we have a flagging condition that goes into the interior block here that's not very typical. Given the definitions of the property lines, that means that the property has a maximum width at roughly 50% of the lot at 90 feet wide. The zoning ordinance requires over 50 feet for the 5th story. So our interpretation is that the 5th story is that they are permitted the 5th story on this piece of property, and that the 10-foot front setback requirement is from the front property line, which, as we know, is on Palisade Avenue. Going down, I just want to go over the variances. So the building coverage and rear yard setback are often variances that go hand in hand. I think the board is very familiar. One thing that I would like to note is that the building coverage is related to the requirement of a 5-foot setback at the ground floor. So that would require from that easternmost property line, again, the blue property line, a 5-foot setback at the ground level. Typically that results in about a 450 square foot of lot area that would be permeable coverage. And then they are seeking the variance to exceed that 95% building coverage. When looking at the application as a whole, they have a substantial amount of green infrastructure and stormwater runoff mitigation proposed. So in actuality, we have a zoning ordinance that, if interpreted literally, would yield about 450 square feet of permeable coverage on the site. Whereas they're proposing, when we combine the areas of the green roof system, as well as stormwater detention, a little over 1,700 square feet of green infrastructure on the site. So that's roughly about 4 times the requirement. So in this situation, staff feels that the benefits outweigh the detriments with the building coverage variance. Similarly, on the same property line here, we've heard a lot about the rear yard setback that's being requested. One thing I would like to note is that this is a stepped building. So there's, the setback here varies as the building gets taller. So above that ground floor, the requirement of the ordinance is a 30-foot setback. And here we have a 10-foot setback for floors 2 and 3, and a 20-foot setback proposed for floors 4 and 5. that 20 foot setback does mirror the adjoining lots on Ogden Avenue. So those properties have rear yards that range from approximately 20 feet to 26.7 feet. That's measured in Google Earth. So it's not, you know, an inch by inch exact measurement, but from what we can get from aerial imagery. So they are proposing a setback that is consistent with mirroring the rear yard setbacks of the existing properties there. And that would be obviously at the upper floors, the 4th and 5th story. Regarding the parking drive aisle, there's a portion of the garage, which, you know, again, is typical that we see in some of these garages where the drive aisle itself pinches at one point. So part of the driveway aisle width is conforming, part of it is not. The part that is under the required 22 feet is only a single loaded portion of the parking garage. So typically, you know, we look to have wider drive aisles when we have two-way traffic in a garage, because we want to mitigate the potential for cars to back into each other when pulling out of the spots. Since there's not parking loading on the other side of this portion of the drive aisle, I don't see a substantial detriment or any major concerns to general welfare and safety of pedestrians or vehicles inside the garage. I think that runs through. I would just like to, before we get into any questions from the board, cover that there is part of this property that is required to be preserved and restored per historic preservation standards. Maggie O'Neill from Historic Preservation has provided a memo which was attached to the staff report with additional conditions relevant to that structure. And then we have additional conditions posted here that are pretty typical. I just want to confer that Chuck has seen those and reviewed them with his client.
Yes, I have seen the proposed conditions and they're all would be acceptable. And the memo provided by Maggie O'Neill, I note that the condition of number 4 that requires that a franchise ordinance for any upper floor projections over to the sidewalk, Mr. Vandermark provided in his direct testimony that the building would be brought in to eliminate any necessity for that.
Okay, so we would be moving forward with any of the conditions listed here other than condition number 4 in the staff report.
Correct, because we would comply with that.
Okay.
Mr. Harrington, if you don't comply with that for whatever reason, then you would seek the franchise.
That's correct.
So we can just make that a if.
Okay. Okay, with that, do any of the commissioners have questions? Questions about the site, about anything else?
I have none, Mallory. Anybody else?
Yeah, just Chairman, and this is to Mallory. If the rear setback is on the east, right, towards or parallels Ogden, so many of the public speakers that talked about mainly say from 401 up to, I think it's 409, maybe 411 properties abut that back line. And so, I mean, so the east, the sun comes up from the east, goes west, right? Has there been anything from staff that looked at how this may impact the ethical concerns or the sun concerns that were mentioned earlier?
So there was a shadow study provided by the applicant. So I don't want to speak to his, their team's work. So if you have questions regarding the shadow study, that was included in the architectural plans. I believe that Mr. Vandermark ran through that in the last meeting as to when, what time of year and what time of day a shadow would be cast. I don't know if Mr. Vandermark has any more information on how that compares to if the setback is complied with or not. I don't know if there's a difference in the shadow. I can't confirm or deny that.
Yeah, so just looking at those plans, there's 19 pages and it wasn't really, for a layperson, I'm not an architect, it was that like jumped out. So might Council Chuck Harrington, is there a way maybe Mr. Vandermark could just publicly rehash that, particularly for those who are attending tonight's meeting for the first time?
Yeah, sure. Anthony, could you address that question by the commissioner? You're muted, Anthony.
And let me just swear you in, all right?
Sure.
You swear any testimony you give tonight is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
And for the record, could you state and spell your name, please?
Sure, that's Anthony C. Vandermark Jr. Vandermark, V as in Victor, ANDERMARK.
Thank you.
Vandermark, good evening. Unfortunately, I do have to ask, your license is still current tonight?
That's right, Chair. My license is still current.
Okay, thank you. You're qualified.
Thank you very much. So if I can just quickly share my screen. And again, go back to the shadow study, which was originally presented. And I'm not comparing basically apples to apples. The original proposal for this structure had a substantial amount of building at 5 stories within a 5-foot setback of the Ogden lot line. So what we did as part of the concerns from the community was that we tried to tier the building, basically from 0 to accommodate the parking, a 10-foot setback at floors 2 and 3, and an additional setback of 10 feet at floors 4 and 5 to increase the sun angle, not necessarily for in the morning for the rear yards at Ogden. However, at approximately midday and also in the mid-afternoon to the evening. So as you can see here in March at noontime and June at noontime, and even in September at noontime, our building is not casting shadow on the rear yards at Ogden. It's only to when you actually reach 3 o'clock to the late evening where we're going to begin to see the sun swing from the south to the west and approach some of the rear yards, on Ogden. Now, every building does cast a shadow depending on the time of day. So if you go back to even the original part of the sun study, is that the properties on Ogden, even at their depth, do cast a shadow on our proposed building early in the morning. So it just really depends on the time of day. And I think we really tried to accommodate with this tiered design of the building to provide as much light and air as we possibly could as part of this proposal. And that is my testimony regarding that.
All right, thank you, Mr. Vandermark. Commissioner, does that satisfy you? Or at least answer your question, I mean?
Yes, Chairman.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, anybody else, anything?
I have a question about the parking garage. Do you have alert system on the parking garage when it opens and closes?
I'm sorry, could you ask that question again?
Do you have alert system in the parking garage when the door opens and closes?
Yeah, absolutely. We have a audible strobe that's building mounted. Okay, that's right at pedestrian eye level. And then we also provide, as all of our applications do, an LED light strip right in at the sidewalk level at the garage opening that indicates, that blinks, that indicates the garage is opening. So we have a twofold system as part of all of our building proposals here in Jersey City.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair, I just have a question. I believe I heard that the developer met with the community, correct?
That's correct.
Do you know how many times they met with the developer to go over this project?
We had one meeting with, myself, Mr. Vandermark and Mr. Melfi, and I know he met with different people in the community after that. We had an original proposal that we revised, and that's what you're seeing tonight as a result of the first meeting with the community.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else? Something you want to add? I think my dog wants to add something. All right, so at this point, I'll entertain a motion.
Chair, I'd like to make a motion to approve case P21-107 as presented to the board this evening with staff recommendation.
All right, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second.
Okay, on a motion for approval with conditions, Commissioner Lipsky? You're on mute, Commissioner.
Aye.
Commissioner Allen?
This is a nice building. It'll look good on Palisades, but unfortunately, it will affect, if not some, all of the people in Ogden, so I'm a no.
Commissioner Dr. Desai?
Yeah, it is nice for the public to come and issue their concerns. The whole neighborhood was there, but it's a very nice building, and then that Palisade Avenue needs improvement, and I'm going to vote aye.
Commissioner Horton?
No.
Council President Waterman?
I'm going to vote aye.
Commissioner Gangadin?
I just want to thank the community for coming out and voicing their concerns on this project. Unfortunately, my vote is no.
And Chairman Langston?
The frontage along Palisade, I love it. I think the design is good. It's, it definitely hits all the marks on the historic preservation aspect. I appreciate the stormwater management. I think the retention tank is a great idea there. Where I don't agree is I think just to mitigate the height going north on to the backyards on I would have appreciated to see a step down. I'm considering that a negative criteria, so I'm gonna have to vote I'm gonna have to vote no tonight. I apologize. No.
Okay, that's 4 no's and 3 yeses, so motion does not pass.
Okay, thank you.
Chairman, we're gonna have to entertain another motion since the motion doesn't pass. We should entertain a motion to deny the application. And then a yes vote would be for that motion to deny. And that would be for purposes of the record, so.
Okay, I'll entertain that motion.
Chair, make a motion to deny case P21-107, otherwise known as 1014 South Street.
Second it.
Okay, we have a motion made and seconded for denial.
And
So
a
a yes
motion,
vote will be to deny the application.
A yes vote would be to deny the application, correct?
correct. Okay. On a vote to deny, Commissioner Lipsky,
No.
Commissioner Allen,
Aye.
Commissioner Dr. Desai,
No.
Commissioner Horton,
That's to deny.
Council President Waterman,
No, because what we're forgetting here too is the owner of that property. And because he done all that he can do for that property and met with the community and tried to make the building conducive to the community, he's gonna be stuck with this property that can't do anything. And because they met, it seemed like they had some type of agreement with the community that this was okay, because not all of the community is totally against it. So that's why I'm voting no, because that owner of that property is gonna be stuck.
Commissioner Gangadin,
Aye.
and Chairman Langston.
Aye.
Okay, on a motion to deny, that's 4 in favor, 3 against, motion passes.
Okay, thank you, everybody. Mike, let's take a 5-minute,
Thank you.
break, or I'm sorry, a 10-minute
Thank
break.
you.
for you.
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you,
Yeah,
Council.
thanks.
Okay, it's 7:45. We'll come back at 7:55. Thank you. All right, so let's jump back to item C on the agenda is case P22-035 for a conditional use at 759A Bergen Avenue.
All right, promoting Attorney Matos, Haithwa El Galway, John Takina.
Good evening.
Good evening again, Ms. Matos.
Thank you. My apologies for that hiccup before. Our architect, Paul Schwartz of USA Architects should have joined, well, has joined the call. If you can, I see him. Okay. Before I call Mr. Schwartz to discuss the changes that were made to the architectural renderings, I just wanted to get a clarification on the scope of what we are covering this evening. As council had mentioned earlier, this hearing with respect to my client was carried from last week because of a technical issue wherein documents that we submitted to the board were not uploaded to the website. However, in having that carried, the board did allow Mr. Series to the opportunity to return with a surveyor and or a planner to address issues that he had raised previously. As of 5 o'clock this evening, I had not received any paperwork or reports from Mr. Series with respect to either. And when he was called earlier, he mentioned that he had a planner, but did not mention a surveyor. So we do have our surveyor on call and ready to join if needed. I just wanted to know if Mr. Series is foregoing any previous arguments with respect to the survey issues.
Yeah, the board hasn't received anything from Mr. Series. Mr. Series, do you have anything?
I do not. I had, as I emailed back to yours, and I still object to it only being adjourned for a week. I've contacted multiple surveyors, and they've all told me that it would not be possible to get it done within less than 10 business days.
Okay.
Okay, so then I will not have the surveyor join, correct?
Well,
You've already questioned.
not
the
to say
surveyor.
anything, but I'm assuming you're having the architect, and they do have questions with the architectural renderings, the new ones that were submitted as they overlay to the survey. But hey, it's not my call to make.
So Chairman, let me just jump in here. The architect is back. The architect's testimony is going to be to the change of plans. That's the purpose of the architectural testimony, is it not, Ms. Matos?
Correct.
So the testimony
Everything
will
else,
be,
I'm sorry, everything else was addressed previously with respect to testimony on the renderings.
right, so the testimony is going to be limited to whatever the changes were that were submitted.
Correct.
And then Ms. Matos, is that your only witness, and that witness is only being called because there was a modification to the architecturals based on the testimony provided at the last hearing, comments from the board, et cetera?
Correct. Paul Schwartz, who is the architect, is a licensed architect. He's also a professional planner. So he's here in a dual capacity to the extent that we need him to address any planning concerns raised by Mr. Series.
All right, so Chairman, so everyone's clear, it sounds as though the planning testimony from Mr. Schwartz would be rebuttable testimony to whatever Mr. Series planner testifies to. Let's have Mr. Schwartz qualified. Let's have him discuss the changes to the plan. And then, Mr. Series, as I understand it, you do not have a surveyor here. You object, obviously. That's noted for purposes of the record, but you do not have a surveyor here tonight. You have not provided a survey, and you do have a planner that you're going to present.
That's correct.
Okay, Chairman, let's get Mr. Schwartz sworn and let's get his testimony on the record.
All right, let's do it.
Hi, Paul. I'll swear in if you could raise your right hand. Do you swear any testimony you give tonight is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
For the record, could you state and spell your name, please?
It's Paul Swartz, Swartz.
Thank you.
Mr. Schwartz, good evening. Your license is current tonight in the state of New Jersey in architecture and planning?
That's correct. Yes.
Okay, thank you. You're qualified. Ms. Matos, go ahead. That's your witness.
Hi, Paul. How are you? Can you
Good.
please just can you just please give the board a rundown of your experience before you open up the updated renderings and explain what changes were made?
Sure. I am the CEO of USA Architects. We are an architectural and interior design firm, planning firm based in Somerville, New Jersey. We do a lot of different projects right in Jersey City itself. We're working on the new public safety building. I've got over 35 years experience. And like I said, I've run USA Architects for 36 years.
Okay. Do you have the renderings available to show
I
them?
do.
on
I
screen?
do. Yeah. Sorry, I think I can. Can everybody see it?
Not yet.
Yeah.
All right, it's on my screen. Not sure. Oh. All right. All right, sorry. How about now?
We can see your screen and
Okay.
the plans now.
All right, awesome. So very quickly, I'm just going to page through this a little bit. The plans as presented actually by one of my associates, Jim McCullough, at the last meeting, basically looked at the the building, Hatham's new space, essentially having an entrance off of first floor, going in from a covered area into the retail portion of the facility, display counter. There's some digital menus on that side. You then would go downstairs, and then there is a lounge down in the basement area with 2 toilets to support those folks that are in the lounge area. But the only major change that I think we made basically was that there was 2 doors right here, exterior doors. The hardware has been totally removed from them on the outside. It's basically just an exit device only from the inside. We need this as a means of egress to get out of the building. So, but there is no hardware whatsoever on the exterior. That's really the only major change that we made to the plans.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Schwartz. Anybody, any questions for Mr. Schwartz? Ms. Matos, do you have anything else from your witness?
Not at this time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So let's go to Mr. Paulino first. Mr. Paulino, anything?
I have no questions of Mr. Schwartz.
Okay, thank you. And Mr. Series, any questions on the new testimony?
Yes, just a few, and I'll try to be as brief as possible. Mr. Schwartz, looking on the first page of the revised plans that you submitted, top left, it has a site. And I believe the proper business in question is in orange.
I'm sorry, sir. I didn't understand your question.
I didn't get to it yet. I'm just trying to get oriented.
Okay.
It's drawing number A-00. It's the very first page. There you go.
Right.
Picture to the left.
Yep.
The one further to the left of zoning key map.
This one here?
Nope, keep going to the left. Keep going. There
No,
you
I
go.
don't.
There. Oh,
Are you looking at a site plan, sir?
no, I'm looking at the plan you have up on the page, all the way to the left of the document. Nope.
Yeah, this is the end of, this is my document right
Okay,
here.
stop.
So we're talking
Grab
about
the one that has the 1,000-foot circle, the picture to the left of that.
The
Got it.
aerial photo of the site.
Yep.
Thank you.
There you go. For the most part, sir, you see that it's a rectangle with a jut out on the right towards Foyer Place. Correct?
That's correct.
No.
Mr. Schwartz, has this drawing changed, that page?
It's not my understanding. No, I don't think why we would have changed this.
Mr. Series, are we going back in time on this, or is it April 5th right now?
It's April 5th, but I have a question because
relating to his new testimony or his old testimony?
Well, he didn't testify last time. It was the other architect.
Okay, go ahead.
On what is called the overall site map by DPK Consulting, they also show a breakout to the left of the building that I don't see shown on this. So my question, which is there a breakout on the left that's not shown? And do the two, what we're calling as entrance doors, are they in the main body of what's shown there?
The entrance doors are on the left side of the space here. So if I go to the floor plan, the main entrance that's existing is on the left side of the space.
Okay, and you would agree there's no jut out, as I would call it, to the left of the space for the doors. They are part of the actual main building.
Correct. These two doors, correct.
Can I have somebody pull up the DPK Consulting overall site map, please?
DPK is the surveyor. I thought we just.
understand that, but I would like to show him so that he can see it and answer my question.
I have the DPK consulting drawing in front of me.
Okay, if you look at it, on it, they have to the left of the darker dashed line, a cutout and a doorway labeled, correct?
That's correct. That's the one right here.
No, that's the one that's closer to Foyer Place. There's one
Correct.
labeled doorway there, then there's one further, if you follow the orientation on north, further to the west.
It would be these two doors right here.
Okay, but you see what I'm looking at, that they have a separate cutout past the dash line and are labeling that the doorway.
Again, I didn't prepare this drawing, sir, so I can't really react to this one. But I'm assuming from what I
Don't
look,
make an assumption, but do you see that it is shown the doorway is outside the line of the building?
I don't, again, I can't, I'm only can refer to my drawing, sir. I can't do with regard to DPK. I did not do this drawing.
I understand that, but I'm asking you, do you see the dashed dark line furthest to the west? That is labeled as the store layout.
It says approximate store layout, correct?
Okay, so you see that line that's to the left, correct?
The line that's to the left,
Well, the dashed line, that's part of the approximate store layout, correct?
correct?
And you see to the left of that, there's a little rectangle that is labeled as the doorway, correct?
That's correct.
Thank you.
So, yeah,
Can I ask that Mr. Series identify exactly which drawing he's speaking of?
I would like to, it's
I
labeled
think he
over-
identified it. I think he identified it as the
DBK Consulting.
DBK consulting drawing, which was
Correct.
submitted. But go ahead, Mr. Series. Why don't you identify it for the record?
Yeah, it's DBK Consulting. Oh, and this is another question I have. It's labeled overall site map. Tax lot 21 block 14901, 759A Bergen Avenue, and tax lot 1 block 14902, 790 Bergen Avenue, Jersey, City of Jersey City, Hudson County, New Jersey. Signed by James Heiser, which is going to be my next question, that it's not labeled as a survey. However, in the general notes, it is then called the survey. Is it a survey or is it an overall site map?
And Mr. Series, can you just give the date on that document?
Sure, 1 second.
I think I have it as January 11th, 2022.
Yep, yes, that is correct.
Thank you, Mr. Series. Ms. Matos, I believe that that's the overall site map prepared by DPK Consulting submitted by your client with the application.
That is
Yes,
correct. I
that's
pulled it off their application.
Yes, that was submitted prior to last week's meeting, correct?
Yes, and testified
again-
to by your witness.
Yes, yes. And again, the preparer of this is the surveyor who is not on this call. And Mr. Schwartz has stated he cannot testify to drawings that he did not prepare.
Correct. That was the testimony.
Does Mr. Series have any other questions?
No, I'd just like to point out, Mr. Schwartz cannot testify to the accuracy, but he can testify to what he saw on the page.
Agreed, counsel,
Thank you, Mr.
and
Sears.
so testified.
All right, Ms. Matos, anything else?
With respect to the architectural renderings, no.
Okay, anything else on your application?
At this point, I believe we've provided all the testimony that was requested by the board, and we have met our burden of establishing that we qualify for conditional use, and I would ask that the board move for a vote. Actually, I believe we never got to public comments
No.
last time.
Yeah, we do have to open up public.
And
Mr.
Chairman, before we open public, Mr. Series wants to be heard, and before Mr. Series is heard, Ms. Matos does reserve the right to call a rebuttable witness if necessary.
God.
Go ahead, Mr. Series, raise your point.
One, I'd like to point out, we still have not heard from the actual surveyor. Last week, we only heard from his apprentice. And I still have not gotten the opportunity to cross-examine the actual surveyor. Two, I also have my own planner, John Takina, who's here with us on this call. I don't know if he was promoted into it.
Yes.
I don't see his name.
So Chairman, you have to make a decision whether or not you want to allow Mr. Series to present his planner. He does have a planner. Mr. Series, I ask that you proffer what the testimony of a planner would be in this application, and then Chairman, that decision will have to be made.
Sure.
It would be as to the conditions of a conditional approval are not met and other variances that were required or not listed in the application, nor were they noticed for.
Let's go forward, but cautiously here.
Okay, Mr. Series, your witness.
I don't see his name. I'm not sure if he was promoted yet.
He's here. I'm just gonna swear him in, all right?
I'm looking at him.
Oh, John, I see you now. Got
All
it.
right, John, I'll swear you in if you can raise your right hand. Do you swear any testimony you give tonight is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
And for the record, could you state and spell your name, please?
My name is John Tykina, T as in Thomas, A-I, K as in Kelly, I-N-A.
Thank you.
Mr. Takina, before we get to you, Mr. Schwartz has his hand up. I think he might have been inadvertently dropped from the participants into attendees, so we can have him brought back up.
Promoted, Paul.
Thank you, Cameron. Mr.
Okay.
Series, your witness. Let's voir dire him and get him qualified, please.
John, can you please state your educational background and professional services?
Certainly. Hi, my name is John Tykina. I'm the principal of all things planning and development in Kendall Park, New Jersey. I attended Rutgers University and the Blaustein School of Planning back in the early 90s. I have been a licensed professional planner in the state of New Jersey since 1992. And
Okay,
my
Mr.
license,
Tykina, that license is current tonight?
yes, it is.
Okay, you're qualified, but if you could, is there any way you can get that that headphone mic closer to your mouth? It's a little tough hearing.
I sure can. Is that a
Perfect.
little better?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you. So I'm here tonight to discuss the application from a planning standpoint, specifically the compliance of the application with the standards of the conditional use. As the board knows, the council chose to zone the cannabis establishments as a conditional use in a number of zones around the city, including the neighborhood commercial. In doing that, exposes the establishments to a little bit of a heightened level of scrutiny that's correctly warranted for these new uses in the city. The scrutiny was very specific as it related to the proximity of the establishments to schools in the city and to each other. So the requirement is 200 feet to a school property and 600 feet to another cannabis establishment. And it was specific that it was to the main entry door. And I think the question that Mr. Series was asking, really had to relate to, we have a compliance document that's a survey that purports to show how the main entry door is located in relationship to the establishment and how that relates to the setback. And it would appear that the designation of the premises doesn't exactly match the architectural drawings that were provided. And if, as Mr. Schwartz testified, that the doors are within the main body of the location as opposed to off to the side as they're shown on the survey exhibit, it almost draws it whether you would be within 200 feet or not. And again, when you have a situation where it's a condition of a conditional use, if the applicant does not meet the condition, and I would submit that based on the survey example, I'm not sure you can determine that, but it's jurisdictional. If the applicant does not meet that condition of the conditional use, the board does not have the ability to hear an application that does not meet that condition. It can only, that would require a D3 variance, and it can only be heard by the zoning board of adjustment. So I think it's critical that the survey document and the architectural documents would match up in terms of confirming that you could provide an absolute determination that they meet the condition of the conditional use. I did have a question about how the door that is clearly within the 200 feet, no matter how you call the exhibits, would be treated as an egress door. And Mr. Schwartz did testify to that and clarified that external hardware would be removed and it would not be possible for someone to enter in that location. The second condition that was set by the council is rather broad, and it requires that the signage, bulk coverage, design standards, loading and parking regulations, and standards of the zone in which the property is located shall apply. And in this condition, we believe the property does not comply with the parking standard, and as such, it would require variance under 40:55D-70 D3 for a conditional use that does not meet the condition. And let me explain. The newly adopted ordinance, and it was only adopted and revised in September of 2019, provides that the neighborhood commercial zone parking standards are written in a way that the lot size dictates the requirements for parking and the uses on the lot. So when you go into those parking standards, there are certain provisions that if the building, you can't have a curb cut on Bergen Avenue. So we agree, you can't, but curb cuts are permitted to gain access to off-street parking on the side streets. So either on Montgomery or on the other side street, it would be possible to have access to that parking. And as such, if more than 5 parking spaces were to be required, we think that that the property, could be required to have that parking. And those minimum parking requirements for lots that are over 5,000 feet that are not located on Kennedy Boulevard, which is, I would submit to you how the subject property is to be classified. It says for non-residential uses, when the gross floor area of those non-residential uses, plural, is greater than 5,000 square feet, it's 1 space per 1,000 square feet. So as the ordinance is specifically written, it is clear that it encompasses all of the non-residential uses in the property, and that in this property is over 40,000 square feet. So it would obviously have a parking requirement, and as such, that 1 parking space per 1,000 square feet would be required. I would submit, and I might agree with your planners and your zoning department, that might not have been the intent of how the ordinance was intended when it was crafted by the council, but by the words that are actually in the ordinance, that parking is required. I think that is clear, and as such, that a parking variance would be required for the building, and associated with that, you would need then, because you don't meet one of those standards, specifically parking, you don't meet the condition of the conditional use as it relates to parking. So again, that is why we believe that that the board would not have jurisdiction from the standpoint of the second condition, the conditional use, as it specifically relates to parking. So I think that the proximity needs to be clarified to be perfectly clear if they comply or don't. And I think there's sufficient discrepancy between the 2 exhibits to warrant the question. And but I think in terms of parking, it is clear by the actual language of the ordinance that they do not meet the parking requirement for the zone. And I'm available for any questions.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Tykina. I have no questions. Mr. Series, anything else?
No, not this time.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Matos, do you want to cross-examine?
I do not have any questions of Mr. Tequina at this point. I would, however, I have asked James Heiser of DPK Consultants to join the call, and I see that he is here. If you can promote him, he is the surveyor that can clarify any questions about the door location with respect to the buffer. I would disagree that Mr. Swartz testified that the doors were clearly within the buffer. My understanding of his testimony was that he could not speak to the documents which he could not create, he did not create. And so Mr. Heiser is here and can address those questions.
Okay.
If I can, this is Paul Swartz again, if I may. I think one clarification before the survey, if you were to take the one dotted line and then extend that over, what is shown on the surveyor's drawing is just is the space on the first floor for the applicant. If you were to extend that line over.
Let's let Mr. Heiser give his survey testimony.
Okay.
Chairman, let's have him sworn.
Please.
Hi, James, I'll swear you in if you can raise your right hand. Do you swear any testimony you give tonight is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
And for the record, could you state and spell your name, please?
James Heiser, JamesHeiser.
Thank you.
And Mr. Heiser, you're a licensed surveyor in the state of New Jersey, and you prepared this plan?
That's correct.
And can you just give us a brief outline of your background educationally?
So I have a bachelor's degree in land surveying from NJIT. I'm licensed in New Jersey, New York, Connecticut, and Pennsylvania. I am a member of NJSPLS. I'm president-elect to the State Society. I'm also the legislative chair to the society.
Okay, thank you. You're qualified.
James, hi. Before you joined the call, the attorney for Hudson Catholic had asked Paul Schwartz, the architect, to address a question. And actually, if I don't want to misrepresent what Mr. Series was asking, if he's available, can you please present the question to the surveyor?
Sure. Hi, Mr. Heiser, how are you today?
I'm okay, thank you.
Mr. Heiser, I'm looking at, okay, well, I guess I'll start. I'm looking at what is labeled overall site map dated 1/11/22.
Mr. Heiser, can you bring that up on your screen?
So I'm joined as two people because I use my phone. So I don't know if Rose can bring it up. Otherwise, I'm actually logged in. If I can raise, I'll raise my hand here.
I'm looking for it myself. Hold on.
I say it. Cam, can we promote Mr. Heiser's other name? Jay Heiser. That's .72 DG.
Promoted, or yeah, they're promoted.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Heiser, are you able to share the screen under that login?
Yep.
Okay, we see it. Go ahead, Mr. Series.
Thank you. Mr. Heiser, where you kind of have your mouse, it looks like if you zoomed in on that earlier area, it might be a little beneficial.
It's a little bit different in here.
Okay. To the left, what you, it's going to lead to two questions. You have approximate store layout. And then you show two doorways, one to the right that has the cutout towards foyer place, and the other doorway on the outside of the dark door dash line. correct?
That's correct.
So if that doorway is on the outside of the dark door dash line, that does not match up with what's shown on the new architectural renderings.
So, okay.
Is that correct?
How they relate to each other?
No, does your plan shows a doorway on the outside of where the store layout is, and the architectural renderings of it, do they show the doorway on the outside of the store layout?
I'm sorry, I don't understand your question.
Mr. Series, in fairness, I'm having a hard time with that question too. Sir,
What
Mr.
I'm
Series-
saying is the approximate store layout as shown on this document has a doorway to the left of the actual store line. Is that correct?
So the store line that we show inside, we didn't do any detail mapping of the interior of the store. The doorways are relative to the outside, which was the main purpose of what we were trying to accomplish with the radius was the entrance to the store.
Okay. So what is that dark dashed line representing?
It's just a rough approximate location of the store. If you go to the architectural plans, the architect could speak. I think there was a wall there with a bathroom. But I can't speak to the inside. We did not map that from a detailed standpoint. Our purpose was to show the location of the doorways.
So this is not, in terms of where you're showing the streets and the roads, that's not the exact location of the storefront. It's only an approximation.
The inside, correct.
Now with that, are you aware that they're changing the door location that the applicant has claimed will only be an inside and ingress door?
As
Mr.
far as
Series,
the
I didn't
architectural
understand that
plan show,
Sir, did you understand the question?
it sounds like a question for the architect.
I'm asking if you were aware when you drew this that they were changing the plans for ingress and egress to make the doorway to the left a double door, which is not currently, it's currently a single door. Were you aware of that when you drew this?
I was not aware of their design from an interior standpoint.
No, this is the exterior wall that I'm talking about. Their architectural renderings show a double door there where currently they're all photos, it's a single door. Were you aware that they were going to be remodeling the doorway?
I was not aware of any of the interior design.
It's not an interior question, sir. It's an exterior door. Were you aware of the exterior door being remodeled?
No.
Okay. So, without being aware of it, is it fair to say that you did not measure the distance to both of the new proposed doors and exactly where they would be located?
We surveyed the location of the two existing front doors.
Now, when you say two existing front doors, what do you mean
The two
by
doorways
two?
that are-
Because now there's proposed to be 3 doors.
Well, the two doorways that are shown on the plan.
Okay. Now, did you measure to the cutout or to the door itself?
I was not in the, I don't understand where you're going with this.
Well, that's irrelevant. You have my questions presented. Was it measured to the cutout of the building where the door is, or to the actual door?
We located them with the total station.
And is that to the door or to the cutout, sir?
I would have to go back through my notes and look. And I'm not sure what you mean by the cutout of the.
Well, if you look at a picture of the current building, the brick wall cuts in, but the door and the cutting don't exactly match, and they don't match on the new proposed plan. So I want to know where the measurement was taken to. What? Because your assistant last time we were here said that it was, I believe he said 203 feet. I want to know where it was measured to.
So you wanted a detail showing?
I'm asking you, what part of the, where did you measure the 203 feet exactly to?
The dashed outline is the physical door.
Well, no, that's not what your thing has labeled. You have the door to the left of the dashed outline.
No, like if you zoom in here, the doorway is a dashed line too.
Okay.
So
Now,
this is
that's
the
what
door.
I'm saying. Is it to the portal, which is what I mean, the cutout that you get in because there's actually space on each side? Where, or was it measured to the door handle? Was it measured to the middle of the door? Where was it measured to?
It's the doorway.
What do you mean by the doorway, sir?
Let me see if I could share the street view picture again. How do I switch what I'm sharing a picture of?
You can stop sharing and then reshare if you're sharing your PDF window. But I don't know, are we entering in a street view photo? Is that what's happening right now? Is there not a photo that's already been submitted?
There was part of the application last week. There was a street view.
James, can you pull up the architectural plans? It's on the last page. It shows right where the new design is. I think he's talking about the current door that exists now. And we're just extending it towards the barber shop, which is further away from Hudson County.
Sir, you cannot testify at this point.
I'm sorry, I don't know how to switch.
The last page, I'll scroll down.
No, I
Cameron,
don't
can
know
you
how to
please stop
switch
his
what I'm
sharing,
sharing.
Cam?
Witness, thank you.
Okay, yeah, there we go. So on our survey, we're showing the doorways.
Can I ask a question of Mr. Heiser?
Ms. Matos,
We're still
Ms.
on
Matos, it's
cross-examination.
Mr. Series witness. He's cross-examining the witness.
Sure.
So, sir, the question is, on your drawing, you measure to what point on the photograph existing elevation? Is that fair, Mr. Series?
Yes. So, yeah.
Thank
Yes.
you. So zoom into that and tell us what the doorway on your,
It's this here. And this here.
Right, but are you measuring to the right, the middle, the left side? Which did you measure to?
From here to here.
No.
so
Okay,
you're
so you
measuring
didn't
the
measure to
doorway,
the middle
sir.
point. It was not taken from the middle point of the door, and it was not taken from the furthest side of the door with where the door would appear to be the hinges are, correct?
I don't know what you're,
What
the
exact
doorway.
spot on the door was it measured from? I
Mr.
don't know how to
Series, the
make it clear.
testimony, as
It's
I
not-
understand it, is
it's-
they measured the doorway. That's
It-
what the box on his plan is the
Right,
doorway.
but what I
Not,
can't
sir?
understand is, was it measured from the east side of the doorway or from the west side of the doorway, or was it measured from the middle?
It's the entire doorway that was measured is the testimony of the witness, as I understand it.
But, okay, then my question is, because again, it came up, what spot on the door are they claiming that is the 203 feet away from my client's closest property line? I don't know how to make it clear.
That, sir, correct me if I'm wrong. The box labeled doorway outside go back to your drawing. The box on the left, next to the 3.8 feet. Do you see that box? Yes, that you were just hovering over.
Yeah.
That box, that's labeled doorway. Is it your testimony that that measurement is the doorway that we are seeing in the existing condition photo?
Correct.
Brick face to brick face on the inside of that doorway?
Correct.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Series, move on to the next question, please.
Respectfully, I still didn't get the answer. Is he measuring it to the closest point of the door to the east towards Bergen and Foyer Place? Or
Mr.
is it to
Series,
the
the-
furthest point further down Montgomery? I want to know where the point is that is the 203 feet.
So, Mr. Series, I think the testimony is clear that that box on his drawing is that doorway. That's his testimony.
Right.
It's 203.8 feet from Hudson Catholic, according to his drawing and testimony.
I understand that. So I'm asking what part of the doorway?
He measured the whole door, Mr. Series. That's his testimony.
Well, then all he has to say is that it's the spot furthest away from Hudson Catholic or the spot nearest. That's all I'm asking.
I think that that's been testified to.
I respectfully disagree that I
Okay.
haven't got an answer to it.
I'm satisfied with the answer. Let's move on, please.
Okay, so the other line that designates next to the where it's labeled doorway says 3.8 feet. What is that pointing to?
It's the distance from where the 200-foot buffer intersects to the near brick line of the door.
Can you go back to the, okay. But that's further, and I'm sorry if I'm missing this, but that's further to the right of the dark dashed line where you're saying the doorway starts, correct?
It's further to the right.
Further towards foyer. Where the line that, like the 3.8, it says 3.8 and then it diagonals up, and it does not match that corner spot where the labeled doorway and the dark dashed line meet. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, I don't understand the question.
Sir, what is the point of measurement for the 3.8 feet?
To show how much further the door is from the buffer line.
So where does the 3.8 feet measurement start and where does it end?
It starts where the buffer line intersects the building at the face and goes to the near edge of the doorway.
Can you draw a straight line on this for everybody? So that portion, the bottom portion of the triangle is 3.8 feet.
Yep.
And therefore, that dark dashed line of the approximate store layout is 3.8 feet from the 200-foot buffer line on your drawing. Is that accurate?
No, I don't know exactly where
At the
this
point of
line is.
intersection.
I just know the doorway. I could speak to the doorways
Right.
That's all. That's
in the
all.
buffer. I can't speak to the inside layout. We just drew this in to show an approximate.
I'm talking about where that triangle makes the right angle. Where that triangle makes the right angle,
Mhm.
is it your
Yes.
testimony that that's the
Mhm.
closest point of the doorway to the school that Mr. Series represents, Hudson Catholic?
That's correct. Yeah.
Okay, Mr. Series, anything else?
Would you admit that the vast majority of the proposed use in question is closer to the school than 200 feet?
Mr. Series, that's not relevant to the testimony provided by your planner or the application here this evening.
Mr. Series, anything else?
No, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you, sir. Ms. Matos, anything else?
I just have one question for the purpose of clarity. Mr. Heiser, is it your testimony that the existing door on the left side of the building is at least 3.8 feet from the buffer line, from the nearest
That was his
edge?
testimony, Ms. Matos.
Okay.
That was
Just
his
wanted-
testimony. I want to move on.
Okay. I would, is Mr. Series done with this witness?
Yes.
Okay, I would like to just call Paul Schwartz back to address the door issue.
So, the surveyors, I'm sorry, go
Before
ahead.
you do, before you do that, I think I'm entitled to an opportunity.
I apologize, Gene. Go ahead.
Mr. Heiser, could you bring up that drawing one more time? Actually, can you bring up the site plan with the front page of it? The front page of the site plan.
Mr. Polino, we're not going to have any more questioning about this doorway location, are we?
Oh, no. Well, only in general. It's not going to be it's not going to, I'm not going to be asking about feet or inches. I'm going to be asking about a very general question that perhaps.
Okay, let's just ask it. Let's get there.
Okay. Actually, I can ask it without the drawing.
Even better. Let's go.
Even better. Mr. Heiser, are you familiar with what is located within 200 feet of that doorway?
Far ahead.
Let me ask it another way. Mr. Heiser, am I correct that the property owned and to be a dormitory with St. Peter's is within 200 feet of that doorway?
Mr. Heiser, if you could please answer it, and then we'll address this. Because this.
Mr. Heiser, do you know? Do you know, Mr. Heiser?
That's all I need.
You have to give us a verbal response. Do you know? Yes or no?
Can you repeat the question?
Oh my God.
The question I think that Mr. Lampe is asking, do you know whether the property owned by St. Peter's to the west is within 200 feet of the doorway that you were testifying to before, which is the end point of the 200-foot to the Hudson Catholic School? I'm asking from a different direction to the west of that doorway. Do you know that? Am I correct that that doorway is, no question, within 200 feet of the property of St. Peter's University? You're the surveyor. Did you look at that?
Do you know, sir? Do you know?
I've asked that question. Do you know that?
Oh, my scope was to survey
Thank
relative
you,
to the
sir.
church.
Asked and answered. Mr. Polino, is the property immediately adjacent to this building St. Peter's property?
Yes.
Okay.
Are you
Does
asking me
anybody-
that question?
I'm
not
asking you
testifying,
because
but I think the answer
you're
is,
raising the issue. So, sir, you did not measure the distance of this doorway to the building to the left, immediately adjacent.
to the west, to the west.
To the west.
I did not, no.
Thank you, sir.
So you do not know what the distance is, but between the St. Peter's property immediately adjacent to this building and the doorway that you were interested in.
Asked and answered. He doesn't even know if that
I wanted
property
to
is St.
confirm that
Peter's
that's what
property.
Mr. Alampi, I'm just trying to confirm his testimony for
It's
the purposes of
confirmed.
the record.
He answered it. Mr. Heiser, do you know how far the doorway is from my apartment? Let's move on, guys. Gene, he answered the question.
For purposes of the record, I've asked a question and I believe he's answered it. I want to
Yes.
confirm, that's all.
I'm confirming it.
I'm unfortunately, Chairman, you're not a witness.
The witness has to confirm it. Sir, do you know, yes or no?
No.
You have to answer verbally, sir.
He said no. He just said
Okay.
no again.
I'll accede to your wishes and stop asking him questions.
Thank you, counsel. Let's move on, guys. Mr. Schwartz, there's more testimony from you, correct?
Yes, I just have a very quick question.
Let's get there.
Okay, I'm sorry, Paul, can you just bring up the renderings of the outside doors very quickly? As you're doing that, it was Mr. McAuliffe's testimony from your office last week that the doors were expanded from the current existing single door to double doors headed towards the left or the west. Are you able to pull up the drawings?
Yeah, I'm trying to do it now.
Okay.
Where the heck is it? Not sure why it's not coming up. Okay, how about now? Do you see it?
Yes,
Yes.
sir.
Okay,
Can you move to the one that shows the front of the building?
yep, right here. So which one?
No, actually the outside rendering,
The outside rendering.
the last.
Oh, the exterior. Okay, right here.
Exterior, I'm
Yep, yep.
Yes. So is it your testimony that as we look at the two double doors, the one on the right is the current existing door?
In general proximity, yes. Yes, it's the general same location, except for it's set back further from the street from the existing door.
Okay, but in terms of distance from that buffer, that is the existing door right now, the one on the right, and then you extended the double door to the left.
I'm sorry, the one on the right, correct. That's exactly the right same location. That's correct. Yes, the answer is yes.
Okay, I don't have any other questions.
Okay, Mr. Series, anything from Mr. Schwartz?
Sure. Mr. Schwartz, when you say the one on the right, are you talking the one to the far right? Other by the A of Med USA, or are you talking about the right of the two to the left further down Montgomery?
You can see my cursor.
Yes.
Essentially, the double door that's shown here is in the same location as the existing double door that's shown.
Okay. Thank
And
you.
then what we've done is, if you look at the existing elevation up here in the upper left, the door is basically right up against the facade, and what we're doing here is actually pushing it back a few feet. So in reality, it's even further than what the surveyor actually testified to.
What do you mean further?
Well, it's set back further. It's not on the street. It's actually set back into the covered area.
Fair enough, but how does that affect the circular line of measurement?
Well, it's essentially this. From that perspective, it's the same. But it's basically it's at the same location as, except for.
Okay,
it's just
so you're
back.
saying it's the same, not as you just said, further away.
It's only set back from the main elevation of the street. That's all I'm saying.
Mr. Schwartz, if we're looking at the drawing and your proposed perspective elevation, next to the main entrance, which is now a double door, there is a brick column with a sconce light on it. Your cursor over to the, right there.
Yep,
You see that between the glazed window and the cutout for where the door is?
yep.
Does that match that brick in between the window and the existing door? Is that supposed to be the same column, if you will?
Yes,
So we're carrying that line.
that's correct. You can essentially see it if you look at it, 'cause it's a double door. You can actually see it if you look at the existing picture. You've got the sort of element above it. So it's basically the same proportion right there, the same relationship.
So the double door on the existing elevation, that's a single door. The new double door is going to be under that satellite dish in the photo. Is that accurate?
Correct, the setback, yes.
Set back, but instead of going to the right of the photo, back towards the space, it's going to go towards the left of the existing elevation photo.
Yes.
Chairman, if you let me, I can beat a horse all night long.
I know that about you. Okay, Mr. Series, anything else?
No, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you. Does anybody from the board have any questions for Mr. Heiser?
No.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Heiser. We appreciate it.
Can you please stop sharing your screen, sir?
Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Matos, is that your case?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. And we'll certainly hear closing arguments after public. So at this point, is anybody here from the public that wants to comment?
Chairman, we do have to ask Mr. Polino if he has any witnesses.
I have no further questions. I think I've asked all my questions, as little as they were.
Thank you, counsel.
Okay, so if anybody's here from the public that wants to comment, please raise your hand. I see one hand raised. I see two hand raised.
Promoted John.
So,
We have John.
Excuse me, Chairman, would you like me to keep a timer?
No, I have the timer.
Okay, just let me know.
Been doing the timer for like 8 years now, Tanya.
I know, but
Qualified anymore?
I thought you handed the responsibility off to somebody.
No, I wouldn't trust anybody with a timer. We have John up yet? Can we make this happen?
I see a Terry Matthews.
We have Terry Matthews.
All right, Terry, you can unmute and I'll swear you in. Do you swear any testimony you give tonight is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
And for the record, could you state and spell your name, please?
Terrence Matthews, TERENCE
Thank you.
Mr. Matthews, good evening. We have 5 minutes for you, but before we start that timer, are you represented by any of the attorneys here tonight?
Yes.
Okay.
No, he's not.
Oh, actually, I'm sorry.
Mr. Matthews is the principal of Hudson Catholic, but he is not represented. I represent the entity, not its employees.
Counsel, I don't agree with that. We're not going to have principal and faculty talking on behalf of your client. I respect the fact that he's the principal of Hudson Catholic. You represent Hudson Catholic.
He's an agent of Hudson Catholic.
Actually, I represent the Archdiocese of
Archdiocese of
Hudson
Newark.
Catholic.
Okay, sir, are you an employee of the Archdiocese?
Who are we talking to?
You, Mr. Matthews.
Yes, technically I am.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, let's move on, please.
Trying to promote John again.
John's name is on one of the applications later on the agenda.
Let's go to Pedro.
Promoting Pedro.
Pedro, if you're there, you can unmute, turn your video on. Hello, Pedro.
All
I'll
right,
swear
can you
in,
hear me?
all right? I can. If you could raise your right hand, do you swear any testimony you give tonight is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
And for the record, could you state and spell your name, please?
Pedro Mojica, Pedro, Mojica.
Thank you.
Well, Mr. Mojica, good evening. We have 5 minutes for you.
All right, and I know this is more of just a zoning and very cut and dry stuff, but there's been a lot of what I consider to be frivolous attacks against this proposed plan by a number of interested parties. So I really just wanted to hop on here really quickly and say that, Hatham has been a staple in the community of Jersey City for the last 15, 20 years, as far as I can remember. I speak to his ethical and moral background. And I can vouch for that, from him raising hundreds of thousands of dollars for breast cancer research to, giving away 1,000 free turkeys a year for the last 5 years. He literally does everything that he can to improve the community around him, because we all grew up here. He even came up with Chilltown's Children. It's a program, a workshop where he literally just taught kids how to design and to kind of help them add another skill to their toolbox. So, he does these things. He doesn't expect anything in return. He doesn't profit off any of it. So I know part of this is the community impact, and I know that he's going to make a huge impact to the community with whatever he does and with whatever platform he has. He could open up a dog washing business and he'll still figure out a way to get people involved in the community. So I just want to kind of testify to that and speak to his character as a person, as a longtime person that I've worked with on a number of different projects. So I just wanted to kind of jump in and add my 2 cents.
Okay, thank you, sir. We appreciate it.
Absolutely. You got it.
Anybody else? Let's promote Mr. Hassan.
Promoting Omar Hassan.
And Omar, if you're there, you can turn your video on. How's it going? I just want to swear you in, all right? If you can raise your right hand. Do you swear any testimony you give tonight is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
For the record, could you spell your name, please?
Omar Hassan, Omarhassan.
Thank you.
Mr. Hassan, good evening. We have 5 minutes for you.
Thank you. I just want to second on what Pedro said. Hatham has been an advocate for the community for as long as I can remember, giving back, not just to the community, but anybody who comes across his path and in need of help of whatever it is. He's always been the one to give a lending hand. He does everything for the youth. He tries to bring different programs and different bring the community together, so to say. Last time I remember speaking to him, he wanted to put plants out all across Montgomery Street just to help, brighten the streets and, bring more color into the streets and to help the city out. He's probably one of the best people I know that could bring a crowd together for the greater good. And I just think that, him with his new future plans, hopefully, he's going to do really good in it. And he's not going to, you'll never hear anything bad coming out against Hatham. If anything, you'll hear all the good that comes about it. So, I just wanted to go out and say my 2 cents and, that I support Hatham and I support what he does for the community. And he has my back 100%.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Hassan. Appreciate it. All right, let's promote Val, please.
Yes.
Hey, Val, how you doing? I'll swear you in.
Good, good. How you doing?
I'm doing all right. Do you swear any testimony you give tonight is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
For the record, could you state and spell your name, please?
Sure. Valery Verkhovsky, Valeriy. Last name Verkhovsky. Good evening.
Thank you. Mr. Verhofstadt, good evening. I'm starting your 5 minutes right now.
Thank you, Chairman. Good evening, Chairman and members of the board. I, as a neighbor, I have to say I was listening. I originally, prior to all the testimonies, I was undecided in my opinion, of this proposal. My concern, honestly, are the schools nearby. I just don't think it's an appropriate location for this after hearing all the testimonies. I just think it's a no for me as a neighbor, as someone that lives nearby. That's all I wanted to say. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you, sir. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, anybody else, if you'd like to comment, please raise your hand. If you're calling in, press *9 to raise your hand. Anybody else from public? I'll entertain a motion to close.
Chair,
public.
seeing no more public, I move to close the public portion.
Second.
Okay, motion made and seconded. Public is closed. Francisco, do you want to wrap up, or Tanya, are you doing Francisco's testimony?
So staff has no further comments. Only staff recommends approval with conditions outlined in the staff memo as I previously read in the last meeting. That's it.
Okay, Francisco.
I'll jump in there real quick. I just wanted to put a rebuttal on some of the planning testimony that was put onto the record. So there was they addressed the NC and a parking requirement that was addressed at the last hearing. Director Marione testified that this does not have a parking variance and was questioned on the exact language and confirmed that the language is not unclear. The intent is not as testified to by the by Mrs. Siri's planner, and there is no parking variance. Regarding, I'm just going to clarify one thing. So I think that this applicant went to great lengths to say that they are moving the front door, and there's been a lot of testimony on the record that spoke to that. I just want to clarify what the actual ordinance language says. So it says the main entry door has to be beyond 200 feet from a school. It can be a secondary entry door, but they are going through the lengths of explaining that this is just going to be for exit only. That's all I really wanted to add to the record. If you have any questions for me or any other planning staff, we are here.
Thanks, Matt. I have none. Anybody else?
Just one question, Matt. Gene Polino brought up that adjacent to that, there's the expectation of a dorm for a college. Does that fall under the 200-foot rule?
No, it does not.
Commissioner, that was testified to last meeting.
At length,
The
Chairman.
drug-free school zones are the trigger for that. And that's only, that doesn't cover colleges or universities. Okay, anybody else for Matt? Okay, so at this time, let's hear closing arguments. Ms. Matos, do you want to start?
Matos should go last, Chairman.
Okay,
Let's
so
have
let's call Mr.
Mr.
Paolino.
Series go first, then Mr. Polino, then Ms. Matos. Council, floor is yours.
I'd like to point out, the clear intent of this is the location of where these dispensaries should be. We're not saying that they shouldn't be anywhere. We're fine. The intent is that they shouldn't be next to schools. 99, and I'm paraphrasing because I don't know the exact amount, 99% of this building is within 200 feet of the school. They should not be next to schools. It's the whole intent of this ordinance was to keep them further away. Furthermore, I'm sure Mr. Paolino is go into it. What is a school? The point of the drug-free school zone is to keep drugs away from minors. I don't think anybody can argue that. If you're going into a college, you're not an adult yet. In all circumstances, you have 17-year-olds going in, which are still minors. Lastly, there's been no testimony as to how far back those two new entry doors will be set back, because if you move that door off of where it was measured from 5.5 feet back, which makes it move to the north and to the east, you now are within 200 feet of the property line. Put that forward. I understand the applicant and he wants to do something, and I have no problem with it. Our problem is the location of it. It's too close to a school where all of your, not all of your, but where the children are present, and it should not be located there. It should be located further away. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and council members.
Thank you, Mr. Series. Mr. Paulino, you're up.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, I understand that that much of what I'm going to talk about is, and short, I won't be long, Mr. Chairman, relates to the school issue. I think that's probably something that is going to be determined not by this board, but probably by a court if that becomes necessary. But for purposes of making a record, I disagree with what I previously heard here, and that is that the issue of the definition of school is settled. It is not settled. The definition of school is not contained in the text of an ordinance. They could have easily said within the text of the ordinance, it only applies to elementary and high schools. It does not say that. It just uses the word school. So therefore, the ordinance does do this. It makes a reference to a map that's not used or was created for purposes of the ordinance. It was used and created for purposes of criminal prosecution for a drug-free zone. Different ordinance, doesn't apply to this ordinance. It's simply a map. Therefore, what occurred is essentially the terms of what the map describes as what's within 200 feet and what is a school is not determined by the municipal council. It was determined by whoever created the map. So my argument here for purposes of the record is that school remains undefined. And when it's undefined this way, what normally happens is you go to a dictionary and see what how a school is defined. Simply put, I think a university is unquestionably, there is no doubt in my mind, and should be no doubt in your mind, that a school does in fact include a university, a institution of higher learning. That's a school. The second issue is that's a conditional requirement. So my argument here is that that clearly, since we got notice, and St. Peter's University got notice because it is within 200 feet, clearly then this property is within 200 feet of a school, St. Peter's University. I can't speak to the measurements, the metrics that was used by the surveyor in determining the distance with Hudson Catholic. It seems to have been gone into quite thoroughly, but I'm not speaking to that issue. The second thing is community impact. I see nothing here, nothing, zero, about the community impact of a large member of this community. St. Peter's University is not a small school, even though the rest of the nation thinks it's a small school. It's from West Side Avenue to Kennedy Boulevard, and from Kennedy Boulevard further west to almost all of that other block to Bergen Avenue. It is a large member of this community, and the impact on St. Peter's could be strong. That has not been considered. I don't see it anywhere being considered. It's part of the conditions. On those two bases alone, this application should be rejected. This is a school, and the community impact is adverse to a school. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, counsel. Mr. Paulino, you're familiar with the LDO, correct, in Jersey City?
I am.
Okay. What's the definition of school in the LDO?
I haven't looked at it in the LDO.
Okay. Do you think that would be a good place to start?
It would be.
And if that definition did not comport with your definition, Mr. Paulino,
Well, what's the definition under the LDO?
I think you should know that, counsel.
Well, but you're asking the question of me.
I know what the definition is because I read the LDO.
I don't think that this is necessarily an LDO issue, first of all.
The definition
Want
of
to discuss
school?
that. It's an issue that doesn't relate to to planning or to zoning. It relates to whether or not a specific kind of a use is permitted in here, in this location. So I
Thank
have
you,
to check the LDO, and I will check the LDO, obviously. And if it has no bearing or merit here, then we'll deal with it.
Okay, do we have a planner that can bring that up?
Sure, Commissioner, one moment. I'm gonna start sharing my screen.
Thank you.
I am on the minicode.com website and navigated to chapter 345 of the Jersey City Municipal Code, otherwise known as the Land Development Ordinance, school.
Other way. Oh, right.
Gene's familiar with it when he knows where S
I'm
is.
just trying to figure out whether he's up and down.
One moment, let me move these screens. An institution of academic education which is designed, constructed, or used for education of students up to and through the secondary level.
Thank you, Matt. Anything else, Mr. Paolino?
Yeah, there's no indication in the text of the ordinance that defines school in that way.
Okay, so if there's no definition, where should the planning board turn for that definition? Webster?
The planning board, you keep asking me questions as to the interpretation of how the planning board should act. Generally, if you ask my opinion on that, when there are no definitions, the planning board looks to the LDO. I don't think in this situation that's appropriate.
Okay, thank you. That's your statement tonight, Gene?
That's my my summary. Yes.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Matos, do you want to finish up?
Sure, thank you. I'll make this brief. It's at this point been quite a lot of time spent on our application. With respect to the issues raised about the proximity to the school, I think the ordinance is clear. The buffer is measured by the boundary of the school parcel, which everyone has testified here ad nauseum that a school does not include a college, so we're only talking about Hudson Catholic here. From the boundary parcel of the school to the main entrance. And we provided exhaustive testimony from a surveyor, an architect, that our proposed doors, irrespective of whether the majority of the property or the space is located within the buffer, the door, which is what we use to measure, is outside of that buffer. I would add that in addition to addressing the planning issues raised by Mr. Series, as well as the survey issues raised by both Mr. Series and Mr. Paolino, we provided exhaustive testimony with respect to all aspects of our application, everything from security to odor and noise mitigation. I mean, we probably provided the most exhaustive testimony of any applicant that I've heard so far. And I think at this point, we've pretty much had everything but the kitchen sink thrown at us. So I would request, and we've prevailed. So I would ask that the board move to vote in support of our application, because at the end of the day, the purpose of this hearing is to determine whether or not we meet the zoning requirements, and we have established that we do. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ms. Matos. And I do agree, this was the most exhaustive testimony. So, I'll entertain a motion from somebody.
Chair, I'd like to make a motion to approve case P22-305 as presented to the board this evening together with staff recommendation.
Second.
We have a motion and a second for approval.
Acting Vice Chair Gagnon,
Aye.
Commissioner Allen,
Okay, so I completely understand St. Peter's argument as well as Hudson Catholic's argument. But at the end of the day, 3 feet, 8 inches past the buffers, past the buffer. I vote aye. Good luck, Mr. Akam.
Commissioner Torres?
You said Torres?
Yes.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I look at a lot of blueprints and throughout my career. And one thing I found that when an architect draws something on a blueprint, sometimes something is not quite right. The numbers don't add up. What I do find in my career was when a surveyor lays out something, is usually basically that's the line we're going to go by, that access point. So the argument about what the surveyor was kind of like brought to either clearly, whether it's just past the door, not past the door, that's the ordinance. They've met every other aspect of the criteria for this case, and I wish if it goes through and he does open up the business, the only thing in last week's testimony, I was hoping that when he considers how late he stays open, he might want to reconsider that 2 o'clock in the morning during the late hours. I wasn't comfortable with that part of his testimony, but the hours he's going to be open. But I'm pretty sure we're far from that stage yet. The stage we're in right now is, are we going to move forward with this application? And I vote aye.
Commissioner Horton?
No.
Commissioner Lipsky?
I'm gonna have to recuse myself. I'm a non-paid employee with the Roman Catholic Archdiocese of Newark. Full disclosure, I'm a deacon. So while I have thoughts about this, I certainly will recuse myself for any appearance of impropriety.
Commissioner, in the future, if you're going to recuse yourself, you should do it at the beginning of the application. You provided testimony tonight, and that testimony should be strict.
Oh, okay, fair enough.
Council President Waterman?
Well, first of all, I know when it comes to this new law is going to be very challenging. Our responsibility as a planning is to make sure they abide by the planning law, zoning, and the plans. When it comes to the CCB board, that's another situation. They have to vote on the application from that perspective. This is just the first step for this applicant. And based on what was presented, the case was given quite clearly on the difference in the distance with the 200 feet. I'm sorry he had to go through this, because to me, he is like the little guy, and it was so exhausting going through all of this for him. But this is what happened in some cases like this. I hope that, he can see it through. I understand when it comes to school, to me, any place a child is getting educated is a school. All right. But you see what the law says when we have to look at it from the planning perspective. And so I do agree that any place a child is educated is a school. But based on what we look at as planning, it tells us what the definition is. So that lets me know that certain laws do have to change from that perspective. But he does meet the buffer of the 200 feet. So therefore, only thing I can do is say, yes, I will vote for it, but this is the first step. And I want to say this though, I'm not a alcohol drinker. I'm not a marijuana smoker, but I see, we have places where we could buy liquor at, and people just go and buy their liquor to get wherever they want. And so now we have to deal with marijuana, places where people just can go and deal with marijuana to get what they want. Even like I said, I don't indulge in either one of them, but the law is the law. That's why I think sometimes we have to rise up and begin to change law. But until that time, you have to do what the law says. And so with that, I do vote yes.
Chairman Langston?
Yeah, I think the applicants met all the criteria for the conditional use. I understand the concerns of Peters and Hudson Catholic. this is the process, and I
Right.
think the applicants made their case. I'm exhausted, and I don't have any money involved in this. I can't imagine what the applicant's thinking right now. Best of luck, good luck when you go to Trenton, and I vote aye.
Motion carries 5 in favor, 1 opposed, and 1 recused.
Okay, thank you. Mike, do you want to take a break?
It feels like the right time.
Okay, let's take 5, everybody. It's 9:23. We'll be back at 9:28. All right, thank you. And the hour is 9:30. I do want to put it out there. The board has a policy that we do not open up new applications after 10 p.m. And gotten away from that. And tonight's the night we're going to enforce it. We've been at this for 5 weeks straight, guys. So let's adhere to that rule. We don't open anything new after 10. We don't take any new testimony after 11. So let's call item number 9. It's an amendment.
Just one, Chairman, just one thing for the record, just want to clarify is that in the YouTube video, nor tonight was I aware of who Council Series was representing until Mr. Matthews
Fine.
opined. So that's the only reason I recused so late.
That's fine, not a problem. Yeah, just in the future, if you're going to recuse, you know who the players are.
Well, I didn't know who they were. That's what I'm saying. And looking at the YouTube video, it wasn't made clear, and I didn't know that Mr. Matthews was going to be
Okay.
testifying. So
Okay, gotcha.
just wanted that for the record. Thanks.
For the amendment to the Jersey City Land Development Ordinance, Section 345, Chapter 345, Section 6, definitions to modify definitions. Is that real? For office and medical office uses. Formal action may be taken.
Chairman, I see Mr. Pepe's hand up, which is never a good sign.
You presenting this?
No, I believe Tanya is. However, if she's still away, one moment, I will prepare. Oh, there she is. All right.
Yes, I'm here.
They opposing this?
You can wait. You can wait till the next meeting if you want to for this, Chairman.
I would love to.
I'll second that.
Okay, thank you, Tanya. Let's move on to item 10 is case P22-036 is a conditional use for 284 First Street.
Do we want to know what Mr. Pepe wants? He might want his application carried and go home.
Promoting Donald Pepe.
Maybe he just wants to say he did a great job shaving my head today. No.
So thank you, council. That is why I raised my hand. That it doesn't look like we're going to be able to get to that point in the agenda. And listen, I genuinely appreciate, and I echo the chairman's comments at the outset of the meeting and how hard you all work. It's unfortunate we can't get reached, but I think it's a reality. And I'd love to be able to carry the application to the 26th with preservation of notice.
All right, thank you, council. We appreciate that. And that's
And council, you waive any time for the board to act. Those are cases P22-031 and P22-032 for the record.
And yes, affirmative to your question.
So for the public, that's the property at 286 and 296 Cole Street and 258 to 282 16th Street, 311 and 312 17th Street, and 305 Cole Street. Those matters will not be heard this evening. If you got notice, you will not get notice again. They are going to be carried to the April 26th board meeting.
Gene O'Connell also has his hand raised. I'm promoting him now.
Sure.
Thank you, council. Mr. Pizzillo wants to carry his application?
I don't know where
No,
Gene.
no regulator?
No regulator tonight?
Not tonight.
When? I need to see it.
Gene
All right.
O'Connell disappeared. I don't know where he went.
Okay. Can, do we have, we don't have Gene. Gene, if you're out there, raise your hand. We lost you.
Yeah, he's off the meeting. Ugh,
Guys not on.
Yeah, I don't even see his name up here
no,
anymore.
it's not even on anymore.
Okay, let's
Move forward.
get Mr. Pizzillo's appearance on the record then.
Sure. Good evening, Chairman. Good evening, Commissioners. Thank you for your time. My name is Gerard Pizzillo. I'm an attorney with Genova Burns. I'm here tonight on behalf of Perennial Group Corporation, seeking a Class 5 or conditional use for a Class 5 retail cannabis retail dispensary. We were listed on the special meeting last Monday. I did provide notice of our hearing for that night. I know we didn't get heard last time, so I just want to confirm council does have my affidavit and everything's in order and that jurisdiction is proper before this board this evening.
Council, I am to receive the affidavit of publication, proof of mailing with respect to the application 284 First Street, case P22-036. It was carried from the March 22nd meeting with the preservation of notice. All does appear to be in order. Mark that as A1 for the record.
And just for the record, there was a typo on the agenda.
Sorry,
It was on the
March
28th meeting.
March 28th, yes. That was the special meeting.
It was special.
Special. Okay, so let's mark notice A1. Go ahead, council.
Okay, thank you. I have a very brief presentation. I know it's been a long couple weeks. As I get into it, I will have one, maybe two witnesses, depending on how the board, if the board has any questions. But this property, 284 First Street, it's located in the neighborhood commercial zone, really right off the, right along the Newark Avenue pedestrian plaza. It is an existing mixed-use building, 4 stories. Residential units above. The ground floor is Hardgrove Bar and Restaurant. We are seeking a conditional use approval to operate a Class 5 cannabis dispensary. From a zoning perspective, we do have our architect, Gregory Korn from GKA Architects, who did prepare floor plans. But for purposes of this board, nothing is changing in terms of building footprint, facade. The only thing really is interior layout changes to accommodate the new use. It is a uniquely situated situation where, it is an operating business, a bar. So there's just really interior layout changes at the ground, first floor and in the basement level. The basement level is really going to be where all the product is stored. Again, prepackaged, no raw product will be handled. And then a dumbwaiter will take it up to the main floor, where it will then be dispensed to the customers. Access to that basement level is going to be barred by a secure door with key fob or other, other means so that no one can get into it. In terms of other zoning, there's a sign that we're proposing, which is compliant with the zone. I will have Greg testify if the board has any questions in terms of the layout. What really the focus of my presentation, I wanted to share with you the team and who this operator is. They are new to the Jersey City market, but I think from our plan, from our submission and specifically the community impact plan that we did provide, they've already established themselves as willing and members of and wanting to be, positive members of this community. They did reach out early before all of this ordinance was even adopted. They've been ongoing and they're members of the SID. They've sponsored the Jersey City or helped sponsor one of the sponsors to the Christmas fair that goes on down there. Donated 500 gifts to Jersey City residents, and their plan for the future is just as comprehensive. It's a diverse group of people who each come with different backgrounds, and really their mission is to be a positive member of the community. Some of the things they're looking to do and they want to do, donating 1,000 pairs of socks to homeless people, 1,200 meals for the needy, involvement with all other local, the Jersey City, there's an organization that charitable organization to deal with autism. They're committed to that organization. One of the members is a professional MMA fighter, and he will be, volunteering his time to counsel troubled youth and give speeches and talks to help, help kids get on the right track. Discounts for seniors, veterans, and residents of the downtown zip code. So they do have a very long list of, and actually, as I probably most important, in addition to all of that, they're still contributing a portion of their sales to go back to the city. So we did hear a lot last week about community plans and proposals, But I think this is really what the city is looking for in terms of these uses, to be a willing participant and not just a business owner, but to be really active, involved in this community. I will call AJ Prosegway, who is the Chief Financial Officer of Perennial, who can introduce himself to you and highlight some of the things that maybe I glossed over. And of course, I do have Gregory Korn here if there is any architectural questions in terms of the layouts and the proposed signage, but all of it is zone compliant, and there's no real issues in terms of those aspects of the code.
All right, thank you, counsel. So I've gone over the packet, read all the impact statements. My interpretation is they all, everything is compliant here. Let's bring Matt up real quick. Matt, do you have any concerns?
No concerns. So they submitted architectural plans with elevations and a zoning table. They submitted the additional submittal items. This application is fairly straightforward. They're not a micro business. They're not seeking a cannabis consumption area at this time. It's an existing space that they're not enlarging. And they covered that they are doing interior fit out and very minor, really just related to signage on the exterior.
Yeah. Okay. Commissioners, anybody have any questions? Do we want interior testimony, interior design testimony? Like I
It's
said,
not, is it necessary? I mean,
I don't think so. I mean,
okay.
We're
no,
good.
looking at their application, I think they more than meet everything. I didn't hear Gerard mention shelter dogs, but
Right.
maybe we can talk about that in the future. I think
I'm
they
sure my
check-
clients will be willing to work on that, Chairman. No doubt.
Thank you, counsel. Yeah, I think they check all the boxes. So if nobody has any questions, counsel, are you satisfied just going to public comment? Gerard,
I
any?
assume you're talking to Gerard, Chairman.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were talking to Mr. Lampe. I'm sorry. No problem going to public, Chairman.
Okay, thank you. If we need to revisit something, we'll revisit something here. So if anybody from the public has any questions, comments for the application at 284 First Street, please raise your hand. If you are calling in, you can press *9 to raise your hand. Okay, we have one.
Promoting Joseph. Oh, shoot. I accidentally lowered his hands. 1 second. Joseph, I'm finding you, promoting you. Promoting Joseph G.
Hi, Joseph. Let me just swear you in, all right? If you can raise your right hand. Do you swear any testimony you give tonight is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
For the record, could you state and spell your name, please?
Yes, Joseph Giacobbe, Giacobbe.
Mr. Giacobbe, good evening. We have 5 minutes for you.
Good evening. How you doing?
Good.
I'm just here to speak on behalf of the Perennial Group and John, just John's character. I'm a coach, proud St. Peter's University Peacock coach back in 2016, strength coach there. And also I was most recently with the New York Jets. The reason I give my background as a coach is that's how I met John Cracchiola. He's a member of the Perennial Group. About 2 years ago through a close family friend, and he was my son's baseball coach. And he just went above and beyond for my son and every member on that team. Well, when I was busy coaching, again, the reason I gave my background, I was traveling a lot with the team, the New York Jets. John and his wife, Nicole, went above and beyond to make sure my son, Antonio, was at every game, at every practice, helped my wife out, Melissa. We have a small daughter. It's the same age as their daughter. Made sure that, she was good when I was away on the away games. And just that's the kind of person that, you're bringing into your community. Still to this day, my son's not even on his team, and he just makes sure that, my son could still come to any practice.
all the kids that are involved in the little league that aren't even on his team. He has open practices pretty much for the whole league of teams that are going to be playing against this. So, he's just really for the community and kids getting better, and just myself and many other parents in the community here trust him with their kids. So I think that's pretty much all you need to hear character-wise about John and other members of the Perennial Group who I also know. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
All right, thank you, sir. Thanks for your time. All right, Cam, let's go down the list. Have a couple of hands up.
Promoting Nicholas.
Hey, Nicholas, let me swear you in. Do you swear any testimony you give tonight is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
And for the record, could you state and spell your name, please?
My name is Nicholas Hahn, last name H-O-N.
Thank you.
Mr. Hahn, good evening.
Perfect.
5 minutes for you.
Good evening. Yeah, so I just want to speak on behalf of the Perennial Group and especially for AJ. Short introduction. My name is Nicholas Hahn. I'm an account executive over at B-Logic Systems. We are a technology consulting company from San Francisco. I've been working with AJ for the past 3 years, and I have nothing but kind words to say about AJ. He's extremely professional, he's responsive, and he's always on time. Whenever we needed to start up a new project together, AJ was always at the front, just trying to get everything put together. That way, everything is a nice, smooth, seamless transition. AJ has been in the industry for a very long time. He's helped improve what used to be known as Shambhala, and he helped rebrand it to Mission Cannabis. Today, Mission Cannabis is a staple in San Francisco. Whenever if anybody ever gets a chance to visit Mission Cannabis, when you first enter it, it's a very warm, it's a very inviting environment as well. Because of AJ's training, his team members are also excellent at customer service. And I've seen, just helping support Mission Cannabis, I've seen a lot of first-time customers and a lot of returning customers are always happy to come back. I also noticed that AJ is very proactive in the community as well. I know especially for pandemic was a very difficult year, especially for restaurants. AJ and a couple friends, they actually went around to the local restaurants, just purchasing gift cards just to help everyone stay afloat. So I hope this is just a small insight into AJ's character. And I have nothing but kind words to say about him. That's all I have to say.
Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Promoted Sherry.
Hi, Sherry.
Hi,
How you doing? Are you able to get your video going?
1 second.
Sure. There we go. I'll just swear you in, all right? If
Okay.
you can raise your right hand, do you swear any testimony you give tonight is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes,
And for the record, could you state and spell your name, please?
Sherry Singh.
Thanks.
Saying good evening. We have 5 minutes for you.
Okay, my name is Sherry Singh. I'm the founder of the Whole Spectrum Autism Foundation. I met AJ approximately about a year ago. I met him through the HDSID. I'm a board member in the HDSID, and I met him through Rachel Sieg. At the time when I met AJ, I knew nothing about his background, and I don't know if he knew anything about mine, but once we started talking, AJ jumped aboard. And once he found out about the whole spectrum and what we do and what my goals are, and how much I'm dedicated to raise autism acceptance, he did not hesitate to jump on board and donate it and sponsor families and bring them, to events. He was there from the day I met him up until now. He's always been corresponding with us, asking if we need help, whichever way he can help out. And I'm just thankful for that. And having someone like that in our community, I think will be great for us. My son is 35 years old. He has severe autism. He suffered with a lot of severe issue behavior. I was struggling with finding the right meds for him And after seeing a television series by Dr. Sanjay Gupta on CNN, I saw a lot of kids went on medical marijuana. I call it medical marijuana, called Richard Simmons oil, and I didn't know how to get it, and I wanted to try it on my son after I spoke to his doctor. And AJ offer advice to me on, what I should do, what I should look out for, how they can help me and things like that later. So I'm very, thankful that I have met them, and I think they will contribute a lot to our community. That's all I would like to say.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Singh. And seriously, I appreciate everything you do. Your work is amazing.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Cam, let's go down the list.
Voted Alicia.
Hi, Alicia.
Hi.
I'll swear you in, all right? The sworn testimony you give tonight is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes.
And for the record, could you state and spell your name, please?
Alicia Bearden, ALICIA. Last name is Bearden, BEARDON.
Ms. Bearden, we have 5 minutes for you.
Thank you. I just wanted to call in and speak on behalf of my experience with AJ and Heinrich from Perennial Group. I am in outside sales in the California market, which has been a rather tricky market to navigate. I work for one of the largest distributors in the state under a brand called Kind House. I am the sales director for third-party brands for them. I want to say that coming into the legal market, I myself and a lot of Californians had struggled in the legal space. And shortly thereafter, legalization occurred, I met AJ. And granted, we met during a pandemic. I will echo what Nicholas said about his community involvement. But I did want to speak on behalf of the education that AJ has provided to the community and requests on behalf of the brands just to enter his shop. He's always been pivotal. And when I've been in the shop and encountered experiences with him, we've touched base on, what's the latest, what is the newest, what's emerging out of this cannabis space, right? And he's been able to capture data, even help my son as well, who suffers from severe anxiety and other things. He's been able to recommend products that I haven't been met with. So I wanted to speak on his education and community involvement. I did know that he did purchase gift cards in the community. He's always inviting people in, giving discounts to various groups, making sure that everyone has access. And I think that's very different from what I've experienced. I've serviced the entire state of California. And the experience that I got when I walked into Mission Cannabis, which was directly under AJ's lead and Heinrich's redesign, what is second to none, very different than any other experience. I think that he's very qualified for the space. He comes from hotel management and can speak on just having a great business acumen. And sorry, I'm reading my notes. There's children in the background. So yeah, I hope you consider this application. I really look forward to seeing AJ, Heinrich, and Perennial Group be successful in the future.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Bearden.
Promoted to Rocco.
And once again, anybody else, if you'd like to comment on this application, please raise your hand. If you're calling in, you can press *9 to raise your hand.
And Rocco, if you're there, you can unmute.
Hello, can you hear me?
I can hear you. Can you get your video going?
Okay. Can you see me?
I can see you. I can hear you. And now I want to swear you in. If you could raise your right hand.
Yep.
Do you swear any testimony you give tonight is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
And for the record, could you state and spell your name, please?
Rocco Spota, S-P-O-T-A.
Thank you.
Mr. Spota, good evening. We have 5 minutes for you.
Thank you. Just want to begin with saying that a little background on who I am. I'm very happy, resident of Jersey City since 1993. I recently retired from JP Morgan Chase after working for them for 46 years. And I'm enjoying my stay in the city, watching it grow and thrive and giving us lots more options than we've had when I first moved in. But the focus or the main point of my wanting to chat with you people is to speak about my experiences with John and Nicole. That's John Caracciolo. They live near my daughter in Freehold. I know them now roughly under 2 years, and John is a mensch. He is just a gift to everyone that knows him. He's such a dedicated family man, father, friend, coach, an all-around good person. He takes an interest, a genuine interest in my grandson, takes time out to take him on the side and personally coach him. So he's just really the salt of the earth. I can't speak or stop touting his good qualities. And I wanted you people to know that. That's basically all I have to say.
Okay, thank you, sir. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Anybody else from public? Anybody else from public?
Chair, see no more public. I would like to close the public portion.
Seconded.
Okay, motion is made and seconded. Public is closed. Matt, do you have anything you want to add?
We provided the applicant and the board with a staff memo dated March 22nd, 2022, and there's several recommended conditions. We ask if there's a motion to approve that those conditions be complied with.
Chairman, I did have an opportunity to go through the conditions. Everything's fine. Applicant accepts them all.
Great, thanks, council.
Staff recommends approval.
All right, thank you.
Chair, I'd like to make a motion to approve case B22-036 as presented to the board with staff recommendation.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second for approval.
Motion to approve with conditions, Acting Vice Chair Gangadin,
Aye.
Commissioner Torres,
Aye.
Commissioner Allen,
Aye.
Commissioner Dr. Desack,
Aye.
Commissioner Lipsky,
Aye.
Commissioner Horton.
Aye.
Commissioner Green, are you there? Okay, Council President Waterman
Aye.
and Chairman Langston.
Aye.
Motion carries all in favor with Commissioner Green absent.
Okay,
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Commissioners.
Thank you, council. Before we bring Gerard's next one up, do we want to try and get Gene O'Connell up again?
I'm looking for him. I see him. All right, I'm promoting Gene.
Okay, can you hear me?
We can, council.
Okay. So I have two matters on tonight. Are we going to do these, any one of them, or?
It's not looking good. My estimate was about an hour off tonight. I thought we got to at least your first one tonight. We are not looking good. We got one more ahead of you still.
Okay, so then I would, of course, then I'll carry my two matters to the next planning board meeting with preservation of notices. But I don't want to be, if we could get up a little earlier on the agenda, that'd be awesome, because one of these is from February 15th.
Yeah, I know. We've been,
Yeah, but I know you've been busy, so I appreciate all your time and all your efforts.
Gene, I'll make sure we get you right up there, all right?
Okay, appreciate it very much, Chairman.
Council, you'll waive time for the board to act?
Yes, I do, Mr. Lampy.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Okay.
All right, so let's call case P22.
Also got another attorney. Sorry, Chris. Kevin Lee Esquire. I'm going to promote him.
Good evening, everyone. Kevin Lee, in place of Stephen Joseph, case P21-158. We'd also like to carry at this point, if we can.
Sure. Cam, how are we looking for the 26th?
Everything on this meeting is the 26th.
Okay. Are we comfortable putting one more on there?
Yes.
Okay. And all right, we didn't call Gene's numbers, but I'll call 3 of these real quick. So case P19-194 for 6 preliminary and final major site plan with variances for 632 to 652 Grand Street. We are carrying to a date certain 4/26 with preservation of notice. We're calling case P21-150 as a minor site plan with C variance for 433 Central Avenue. We're carrying that to a date certain 4/26. And case P21-158 is a minor subdivision with C variance for 297 to 301 First Street to a date certain 4/26 with preservation of notice. Thank you, Mr. Lee. We appreciate it.
Council, you'll waive the time the board has to act?
I do, yes.
Thank you, council.
All right, thank you, sir.
Good night, everyone.
Have a good night. All right, so let's call our last one tonight. Case P22-042 is a conditional use for 391 Central Avenue.
Evening, Chairman and Commissioners. Again, Gerard Pizzillo from Genova Burns on behalf of the applicant, the Leaf Joint LLC. This matter was on the March 28th agenda. I would ask that council confirm the affidavit and that jurisdiction is proper this evening before the board.
Thank you, council. I am to receive your affidavit of publication proof of mailing with respect to case P22-042. Council is correct. This was originally scheduled for the special meeting of March 28th and properly noticed therein. All does appear to be in order. We'll mark it as A1 for the record.
Thank you, council. And again, thank you, commissioners. This is another straightforward application in which we're seeking a conditional use approval for a class 5 retail dispensary license. This will be a micro business. My applicants or my clients, the applicant or the Leaf Joint LLC, are local born and raised Jersey City residents, currently operating a CBD establishment out of the ground floor at the space. We did prepare plans from Planos Architects that show what's existing. I can confirm that what we have filed showing the existing is what's proposed, so that there are no changes to anything that we have filed. This is actually a turnkey type situation where once we were hopeful to get this license and go through the rest of the process, we won't have to pull any permits. The existing signage that you see is what's proposed. The existing layout, what you see is what's proposed. There are proper ventilation systems in place there. Security measures are already in place. My client has also retained a third-party security expert to ensure that all of the state obligations and requirements in terms of those plans are complied with. Again, I have my architects here available to testify. I really want to more focus on the community aspects of this project, which I think are important in terms of, maybe not from a zoning perspective, but I think just overall getting a sense of who these applicants are. Community outreach, they already are part of the community. They're active members in the community, partners with JC families, book bag drives, Thanksgiving meals. Their proposals are, even more so. And the securing of this license only helps them to achieve their goals, not only from their own entrepreneurial perspective, but also for the community give back, because this is their home. Dave Jefferson, Charmaine Jones, operate a couple schools, not in this area, not within the buffer zone, so we're good there. But again, this is all just community give back. They have an incubator program ready to go. Should they get this license. We did prepare and provide a detailed community impact statement, a workforce plan, a diversity plan. and like I said, we do have our architects here, but I can confirm that everything that we're proposing is compliant with the zone. This is a neighborhood commercial zone situation, so the use is permitted. No facade changes. The only difference you're going to see is some frosted glass on the front windows. And I think that's part of the requirements from the state. So we did work with Francisco to make sure that that's clear. No pun intended. It won't be clear. It'll be frosted. But yeah, so other than that, I do have our architect here. I do have my client here to introduce him to you. If the board has any questions for either of them, be happy to, you know, have them sworn.
Okay, thank you. Council, I don't know. I think I'm losing my mind. Did we mark notice or no?
We did.
Okay.
A1, Chairman.
A1, thank you. Yeah, I would have never guessed A1. So.
You
know,
prefer a different marking, Chairman?
I love it. I love A1. It's my favorite one. So this is, you know, pretty close to my neighborhood here. Familiar with the site. It's existing. Nothing's really changing except for that glass out front. Gerard, this is it's a smoking lounge currently.
It is a CBD dispensary. I don't know if they have a lounge on site. I don't think you're permitted to do a CBD smoking lounge.
But they have like hookah and.
They do have a lounge type area. I don't know if anyone's smoking back there. I can't. David can come testify to that. But part of this application is not for a consumption lounge.
Understood. That's where I was going. I just want
yeah,
to make sure we're only going class 5 retail here.
That's correct.
For.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I'm satisfied with that. I've read all the affidavits, all of the impact plans. Anybody else? Any questions? There's really no architectural plans to speak of. It's an existing site. It's fairly new too, right, Gerard?
Yes, they're about a year old, operating about a year.
Okay. All right. Anybody? Any questions?
I just have one question.
Sure, go ahead.
Go ahead. You first, Commissioner Torres.
Go ahead.
Oh, my question is simple. I know you said the architect was here. Maybe you can answer this. I'm looking at the plan submitted. Is there going to be a vault installed or storage?
Yeah, you know what? That's a good question, Commissioner. I did not. If we could promote Hugo Ortega and David Jefferson, who is the operator as well, so he can, you know, hit that as well in terms of security measures for product.
Promoted.
And I apologize, commissioners, I did misspeak. Pamela Jones and Charmaine DeJesus as well. So I apologize for that. I don't want to miss anyone.
I don't see a Pamela Jones.
No, in terms of who the applicants are and who the lead join is. Dave Jefferson and Hugo Ortega.
Okay, Hugo declined, so I promoted him again.
Okay.
Go with Mr. Jefferson then.
Mr. Jefferson will probably be the best to confirm in terms of how he's planning on, you know, securing the product. I suspect they will be in locked cabinets, but you'd rather hear it from him than me.
Okay.
David's joined us.
Hi, could you see me?
We can hear you.
Yeah. Okay, I can see you now. I don't know if you can see me.
We cannot.
We can't. We can.
Cannot.
Yeah, just right down there next to mute. You can hit the video. There you go.
Okay.
All right.
we
Let me
go.
just swear you in real quick.
Yep.
You swear any testimony you give tonight is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes, I do.
And for the record, could you state and spell your name, please?
David Jefferson. That's David Jefferson.
Thank you.
Mr. Jefferson, good evening. Gerard, who is your witness testifying as? Is he an architect? Is he
He is the operator and the applicant. So,
Perfect.
yeah.
very good?
So
Okay,
Dave, go ahead. Sorry, Chairman.
Jefferson,
Didn't mean to step on your toes.
So we're qualifying you as a fact witness. We're not considering you an expert in architecture and planning and surveying. But the question at hand is there going to be a vault located somewhere? How is everything going to be secured? And
That
there
is
are a
correct.
couple other questions too, but let's start with that.
Yeah, we're gonna have a vault that was actually covered with my security consultant, the Sapphire Group, that went over the space and basically told us everything that would be needed prior. So we do have a space etched out for the safe to go. So we'll be squared away as far as that is concerned.
Okay, and we certainly don't want to know where it is, but don't put that
Yeah.
on the record. But
Okay.
we're very familiar with the Sapphire Group. They do good work.
Yep.
Okay, so I'm sorry, that was Eddie or Jeffrey? I forgot already.
Commissioner Allen's question, I believe.
Okay, so we're up to Eddie's question.
Yeah, I have just two quick questions. One of them I'm pretty sure just me thinking too much. The signage on this property now, the way the store is, it complies with the what is for a dispensary or a sales of marijuana signage too? Is it or is it and
Yeah,
and with these area that it's in? So you're saying the sign's gonna stay the same, basically?
That's correct. So our intent for the minute we opened the business was to go after the micro license. So when we were building out for the CBD and the other accessories that we carried, we kept in mind that we're going to be going after the micro license. So we kind of we got everyone on board early that had any knowledge of what a dispensary would look like. And we started to build it out from that standpoint. So, yeah, everything would remain the same as far as the signage and the the store itself.
And
then the other real quick question. Now, just looking at it and stuff, and looking at when I was looking at it the other day, it caught my eye too. The standpipe in front of there, is that in close to the building, or is it that far away from the building? Your fire pipe that's in front. You have a standpipe coming out of the ground that looks like it's like 3 feet into the walkway of the sidewalk.
Yeah, I believe there is a standpipe there. There's
It was existing.
It was existing. Yeah, it has nothing. We do have a full sprinkler system inside as well. It goes through the building, also through the store area.
Okay. All right, that's all I got, guys. Thank you very much. They just caught my eye.
And Commissioner, just to confirm, the existing signage does comply with the NC zone standards.
Okay, that's
in terms of materiality and the look at the dimensions of it.
Thank you very much.
What do you know about standpipe, Eddie?
No, I don't. I find that one out there.
Okay, yeah.
That's to hold your dog.
I'll tie my dog up out there. Okay, anybody else, any questions? I don't tie my dog up. He comes in everywhere with me. All right, seeing no questions. Council, you okay with us just opening up public at this point?
Yes, I am, Chairman.
All right, Mr. Jefferson, thanks for your time. Go home, man. Enjoy your life.
Thank you.
All right, so at this time, let's open it up for public comment. I see one hand raised. If you'd like to comment, please raise your hand. If you're calling in, you can press *9 to raise your hand.
Promoted Yadira Walker.
And you, dear, you could just unmute. We almost had you. Yadira, are you there?
Ms. Walker?
There she goes.
Hear me?
I can hear you now. That's great. Are you able to turn your video on?
Okay, start video. Bear with me. Okay, here we go.
Wonderful. Everything's good. I just want to swear you in, okay? If you could raise your right hand. Do you swear
Yes,
in
I do.
testimony you give tonight is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
For the record, could you state and spell your name, please?
First name Yadira, that's Y-A-D-I-R-A. Last name is Walker, W-A-L-K-E-R.
Thank you.
Ms. Walker, good evening. We have 5 minutes for you.
Thank you. Can I share a map that you had last week? Just to illustrate my point?
Is it a map from the staff memo?
Yes, sir, it is. Mhm.
Okay, I will share it. One moment.
Oh, okay,
please.
that's fantastic, whatever. Mhm. Thank you. It's a perfect. See, that's the area in questions that I want to talk about. I'm a lone resident of Jersey City, 37 years in this neighborhood. As you can see, I just want to clarify I see 3 applicants on this area. So that's regardless of the point that I want to make. You can see this PH 28 that runs parallel to Central Avenue, no?
Yes.
And then this applicant, we have a lot of kids that come to go to the school, and they take this. There's a shortcut right here, right in this area here, and they take it back and forth. So that's one of the points that I want to make too. That they're coming back from school, they're going to see this applicant right at the faces. And besides that, the city made a beautiful job with the new signing for the parking along Central Avenue. So beautiful, but one of the cons is that we have fewer parking spaces. See, this area is the T section, it's all no parking. All this corner, no parking, no parking. I think there's a bus stop here, no parking, no parking, no parking, no parking, no parking. So now you see the point that I want to make, how this is going to impact in my neighborhood. In the past years, this is Central Avenue is one of the most congested areas. We have people that come and do business to public school, PS 28, the post office, the parking authority, and they, some of them park in our side streets. We have fewer parking spaces now. So, for instance, too, my driveway is the magnet for vehicles coming to the avenue. Vehicles or delivery trucks, they block several occasions. They have blocked my driveway. I'm being forced to call the parking authority in order to go to work. So that's, you see where I'm driving to. I know, my concern, among many concerns that I have, are 3: parking, traffic, noise. Okay, it's really bad right now. So I cannot imagine how it's going to be if Jersey City awards this permits on Central Avenue so close to this area, this transit area. Having a constant traffic of medicated drivers looking for spaces all around here where kids wander around. So that's my main concern. So I have a few questions. What kind of parking facilities if any of these businesses are awarded a permit, parking facilities are they going to provide to their customers and their employees? I went the other day behind, there's a parking area over here, and this applicant has only 2 designated parking spaces behind this door. the rest of the parkings are for the nail salons and the laundry place. So, you know, this 200 buffer here, honestly, is a joke. It's really a joke. So close to the street, to the school zone. Drug buffer is 500 feet, 500. But you know, I don't know. That's water under the bridge. I cannot do anything about it. All I can do right now is appeal to anybody that has a conscience and a power to move those establishments just away from these beautiful kids that attend PH 28. I understand this is a new industry that is going to encounter a lot of growing pains, but let's be cautious of all those doors that are going to be hard to, you know, they're going to be difficult to close. As you can say, I'm completely opposed to this application, and that's all I have to say. Thank you very much for this opportunity and take my comments into consideration. We have fewer parking spaces in Central Avenue.
Ms. Walker, just
That's
one
how it's going to
question.
impact my neighborhood. Thank
Ms.
you.
Walker, just one question on the parking.
Yes.
Are you opposed to any business in that spot, or is it just this business in particular with the parking?
No, I encourage it. I'm so glad that this area is coming through businesses, but give me, the city, what immediate plans are you guys doing to improve parking here? We have fewer spaces.
Okay,
Fewer
understood. So
spaces.
it's not this business in particular that you're concerned about the parking. It's any business that would go
That's
into it.
beside the point. I'm not going into the moral issue. I'm seeing how it's going to be impacting my neighborhood.
Okay.
And the
understood.
community that, you know, all the community impact plan that they have, it done by professionals, looks beautiful on paper.
Yeah.
What are they going to do? Who's going to be accountable to check that everything that they're saying is going to be delivered? You tell me.
Thank you, Ms. Walker. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
If I may, Chairman, just one point. My clients, although it's their community impact plan, they didn't have a professional prepare what they wanted to do for the community that they live in. They came up with these ideas. This isn't new. They've already been doing these things. This is just, so what you see is what they've been doing and just what they're going to expand on if they get this license. NC zone, no park. We just heard 3 hours about parking in the NC zone. This is the NC zone. There's parking is not required here. And Central Avenue is generated or is really geared towards foot traffic. That is the point of, an NC zone, to bring pedestrian activities to these ground floor stores. So I can understand the concern, but it's a citywide issue and it's not going to get solved with this application. And there's no parking required, so.
All right, thank you, counsel. All right, I see another hand raised for public comment. Once again, if you'd like to comment, please raise your hand. If you're calling in, you can press *9 to raise your hand.
Hi, Charles. I'll swear you in if you could raise your right hand. And just come off mute real quick and then.
You got it.
Swear any testimony you give tonight is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes.
And for the record, could you state and spell your name, please?
Charles Messina, Charles, last name M as in Matthew, ESSI, N as in Nancy A.
Thank you.
Messina, good evening. We have 5 minutes for you.
Sure. I'll try to be quicker than that. So I actually represent Dave, Charmaine, and Pamela as well. I wasn't planning on speaking, but I just heard sort of the last person speak. And just to be really brief, because Dave didn't go completely into his background, all three of these applicants, they have lived their entire lives in Jersey City. They've worked in Jersey City. And what they've done for this community, the things that they're proposing in their community impact plan, these are things that they've been doing for years, as Gerard stated. They run multiple childcare facilities in the town. They care deeply about children. Dave and Pamela have fostered over 100 children through their homes. In terms of the concern about safety, as I know the commission is aware, because you've heard a lot of these applications, these will be the most regulated stores throughout New Jersey right now. The CRC will have a direct live feed video camera into these stores. Children will not be able to get into them. Dave has a background in security. So I just wanted to highlight, when Gerard said that these are this applicant's plans, this is not something just created by an application writer. All the things that they're proposing, they've actually been doing for years. And I know just in getting to know Dave, Charmaine, and Pamela for over a year now, working in Jersey City, having a brother that lives right in that area and visiting that area. I think that they're going to be extremely above board operators. They're doing this because they deeply care about the community that they live in. And just wanted to add that briefly for everyone on the board.
I'm sorry, I've been speaking for like 30 seconds. I didn't know I was muted. I'll entertain a motion to close public if there's no more public. Anybody else from public?
Motion.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Public is closed. Matt, do you want to wrap up?
Yeah, so I reviewed the application materials and assisted Francisco in the review of this application. We forwarded a memo to the commissioners and the applicant. Gerard, were you able to look over that with your client? Do you comply with the conditions?
Yes, I had an opportunity to speak with my client. We reviewed the conditions, all is acceptable, and we have no problem with the same.
Staff recommends approval.
All right, thanks, Matt.
Chair, I'd like to make a motion to approve case P22-042 as presented to the board with staff recommendation.
Seconded.
Okay, we have a motion and a second for approval.
Okay, on a motion approved with conditions, acting vice chair Gangadin,
Aye.
Commissioner Torres,
Aye.
Commissioner Allen,
Aye.
Commissioner Dr. Desai,
Aye.
Commissioner Lipsky,
Aye.
Commissioner Horton,
Aye.
Commissioner Green. Commissioner Green is absent. Council President Waterman,
Aye.
Chairman Langston.
Hi, good luck in Trenton there, Mr. Jefferson.
Motion carries, all in favor, and Commissioner Green absent.
Okay, thank you. All right, let's move on to.
Thank you, everyone. Have a great night.
Thank
Appreciate
you.
your time as always.
All right, let's move on to memorialization of resolutions, please. Vidya, do you have them? You want me to read
I
them? in?
do. I'm
Okay.
sorry.
No, I was going to say, if you don't have them, I'll read them in. They're right in front of me, but go ahead. I've spoken.
You want to
enough.
do 5? I'll do 5.
Deal.
And they're 10.
Deal.
Perfect. I'll go first, or you want to go first?
Go
Good
ahead.
deal. That was good.
Teamwork. All right, I'll go first.
Go ahead.
Chair, I'd like to make a motion to memorialize the following resolution. There are 10 resolutions this evening. First, resolution of the Planning Board for the City of Jersey City approving preliminary and final major site plan with deviation and conditions. Applicant is Monticello Equity Properties LLC for preliminary and final major site plan approval with deviation property 220-238 Monticello Avenue, 221-227 Fairmont Avenue, 4-12 Fairview Avenue, Block 15005, lots 1 through 16. That case is P19-082. Second resolution, City of Jersey City Planning Board in the matter of BSREP, the third 85 Amity LLC, 85 Amity Street, Block 13605, Lot 6, Case is P21098, decided on March 22nd, 2022, memorialized on April 5th, 2022, applicant for major preliminary and final site plan with deviation and variance. Resolution number 3, resolution for preliminary and final major site plan with C variance decided on February 15th. Address is 318 Fort Street, block 11207, lot 10. Property owner is Hashimi Enterprise LLC. That case number is P21114. Fourth resolution, City of Jersey City Planning Board in the matter of 573 Palisade Avenue. Application number is P21-128, decided on March 22nd, 2022, memorialized on April 5th, 2022. Application for preliminary and final major site plan approval. Fifth resolution, City of Jersey City Planning Board, case B21-132. Address is 824-826 Bavonia Avenue, Jersey City, New Jersey, block 9404, lots 25 and 26. Decided on Tuesday, March 8th, 2022, memorialized on April 5th, 2022. Application for preliminary and final major site plan approval with C variance. It's all yours now, Chair.
Muted.
Sorry, Vicky, I can't read them in. So just for the record, I'm picking up on the resolution that Vice Chair Agaton made. Item 6 is a resolution of the City of Jersey City Planning Board, case number P21-147 for 96 to 110 Tunnelly Avenue, Jersey City, New Jersey, block number 9405, lots 11 and 12. This was decided on Tuesday, March 8th of 2022. Being memorialized on April 5th, 2022. The application was for an amended preliminary and final major site plan approval with C variances. The seventh resolution is a resolution of the Planning Board of the City of Jersey City approving a one-year extension of the approved preliminary and final major site plan and deviations for case number Z22-005 for 416 Hoboken Avenue LLC. The address being 414 to 432 Hoboken Avenue, block number 6701, lots 6 through 12. Item 8 is a resolution of the Planning Board of the City of Jersey City, the applicant being COA 99 Hudson LLC, for an extension of interim use property for 99 Hudson Street, Jersey City, New Jersey, block number 14507. Lot 1, the case number on that is P22-005. Item 9 is the resolution of the Planning Board of the City of Jersey City, the applicant being 804 West Side Avenue LLC. That was for a preliminary and final major site plan approval with C variances for 804 to 801 West Side Avenue, Jersey City, New Jersey, block number 14803, lots 1, 74 to 76. That case number was P20-102. And finally, I have a resolution of the City of Jersey City in the matter of JP Morgan Chase Bank, 575 Washington Boulevard, block number 7303, lot 5. That case number was P21-084, and that was an application for a major preliminary and final site plan. And I will entertain a second on those resolutions.
Second.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Cam, could we have a roll call, please, for resolutions?
Yes, Chair. Commissioner Horton,
Aye.
Commissioner Torres,
Aye.
Commissioner Lipsky,
Aye.
Commissioner Allen,
Aye.
Council President Waterman,
Aye.
Commissioner Dr. Desai. Commissioner Dr. Desai.
Aye.
Okay. Commissioner Green. Acting Vice Chair, Commissioner Gangadin,
Aye.
and Chairman Langston.
Aye.
Motion carries 8 in favor, 1 absent.
Okay, thank you. Santo, you need anything? Executive session? Does anybody need an executive session?
I do not, Chairman.
No,
All right. Thank you, guys. I'll entertain a motion for adjournment and
motion to adjourn.
Second.
motion for adjournment and a second. Thank you, guys. We're adjourned. Take the next 2 weeks off.
Yep,
You,
happy.
Chairman.
Happy Easter,
Good night,
everyone.
everyone.
Thank
Enjoy,
you.
guys. Thank you.
Take care.
Good night, everybody.
Good night.
Happy Easter,
Good
everyone.
night.